Chapter 1291, Fighting the Monster Prince. Chapter 1291, Fighting the Monster Prince. You sure speak a lot of crap. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? I want to take a good look today at just how you'll instantly defeat me. Hua Xian was filled with a righteous anger. After being derided and belittled again and again by someone else, anyone would have gone berserk. At the start of the battle, Hua Xian laid down a thick origin energy shield around his body. Hua Xian was also an Empyrean descendant. He cultivated the space laws and the metal laws. The attacks of the metal laws were sharp and keen, and its defensive power was considered nearly invincible, thick and powerful, not in any way weaker than the earth laws. A golden barrier completely shielded Hua Xian. He had already revealed his stance and planned on engaging in a battle of defense. Although the monster prince was arrogant, his strength was obvious. Before now, the strength he revealed had been similar to Jun Blue Moon and Lin Ming. Although Hua Xian was also confident in himself, he didn't believe that his chances of winning were very high. Moreover, since the monster prince was still so full of himself, there were inevitably many cards that he had yet to reveal. His opponent had already spoken far too much. Losing would not be a shame. All he needed to do was hold on for some time. Have you finished preparing your turtle shell? The monster prince crossed his arms together, a lazy smile on his face. Stop acting like you're so amazing. I don't need you to wait for me, come at me whenever you want. Hua Xian angrily shouted. Okay. Then let me test out just how hard your turtle shell is. As the monster prince laughed, he drew out his weapon. It was a 10-foot-long war halberd. The cold halberd blade exuded a thick killing intent. The tip of the halberd was a sharp blade. It could pierce and also behead. With such a heavy weapon, one needed an immense amount of strength and energy to display its unstoppable explosive force. The mortal body of a monster martial artist was originally far superior to the body of a human. Their bloodline was strong and there were laws engraved into their bodies. Moreover, the royal family had even stronger bloodlines and laws within them. A considerable portion of their strength would naturally emerge as they grew older. Cultivation was only able to affect a minor part of their strength. Thus, a monster martial artist's talent was extremely important. Once a monster was born, over half of their future achievements could be determined by their bloodline and talent. The monster prince was naturally an outstanding genius of the monster race. Then take my strike. Halberd shattering the universe. The monster prince's body erupted with energy. The power that gushed out from him was no less than that of a human body transformation martial artist. When combined with the erupting monster energy, this strike split through space, the halberd light like a wild dragon crossing the river, unstoppable. Bang! The halberd light smashed into Hua Xian's metallic origin energy shield. It was like a massive copper pillar striking a giant bronze bell. A massive noise filled the skies. A violent sonic boom spread out for thousands of miles. Hua Xian shook and all the blood within his body tumbled. Although his metal attribute barrier was able to barely withstand this strike, there were already faint cracks that began appearing within it. Damn it! Hua Xian grit his teeth, pouring all of his true essence into his barrier. His metal laws had also stepped past the threshold of the 5th-level concept. If he gave up on the offensive and solely defended, then his barrier was extremely difficult to break through. How interesting! The monster prince pounded down with his halberd once more. Rule the world! As this halberd came sweeping out, Hua Xian felt all of the power of space around him become chaotic. An invisible force controlled that power of space, squeezing Hua Xian within it. The power of space was used to crush Hua Xian's metal attribute barrier. The monster prince had extremely high attainments in manipulating the space laws. He had firmly stepped into the 5th-level concept. This was not because he learned and comprehended it by himself, but because most of those laws were already engraved into his body. As he grew, he only needed the light guidance of a teacher to master them. Hua Xian had already reached his limit by resisting this squeezing power of space. More and more cracks appeared in his barrier. Hua Xian bit down so hard that his teeth were stained with blood. Even so, he was barely able to withstand this attack. Your little turtle shell is quite hard. Then, let my third move deliver you to your end. Void collapse. The monster prince swept out his halberd a third time. Suddenly, the power of space that was squeezing around Hua Xian exploded. Ka. Space violently twisted as if it would break down. At high levels, void collapse was able to destroy the stable space of the divine realm. Once this stable space exploded, the power of space that erupted could tear apart any martial artist to the tiniest of pieces. The monster prince was still far from reaching this boundary. But, causing the power of space to tremble and leak over to strangle someone to death was already a terrifying power. It was the belief of many supreme elders that the sharpest thing in the world was not forged weapons, but space. In the monster prince's third strike, his use of the laws had reached a horrifying height. Hua Xian was no longer able to persist in defending. His metal attribute barrier completely disintegrated and he flew backwards, vomiting out a mouthful of blood. In this battle, Hua Xian had been completely defeated. The disparity was far too evident. He lost. The disparity was too great. Hua Xian tried his best, but he was still suppressed from the start. In truth, Hua Xian is very strong, but the reason he entered the top 10 has a high luck component to it. In terms of strength, he should be weaker than Ram Saber. The final 10 of the first tier were all decided by the last matches they fought in the first round, which had been arranged by Vast Cosmos. If they won, they would advance to the first tier, and if they lost, they would advance to the second tier. Vast Cosmos wasn't an omniscient god, and it was still difficult for him to distinguish which genius was stronger and weaker. Thus, it wasn't strange for lopsided situations like this to appear. However, the top participants of the second tier could challenge the lower-ranked participants of the first tier. At the end of the first martial meeting, when the final rankings were determined, the top 10 might not all be from the current first tier. Hua Xian half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his sword. He was still coughing blood. It was obvious that he was heavily wounded. Humph. To be able to withstand 3 of my attacks, you're not too garbage. As far as humans are concerned, you're SOSO. The monster prince said with deep disdain. His words naturally aroused the anger of the audience. This idiot, he is too arrogant. Does he really think his monster race is so amazing? A complete retard. The monster prince's gall was greater than the heavens, and he was arrogant to the extreme. With so many people in the audience cursing him, they obviously wanted to enrage him. All of the young elites present originated from great influences. Which one of them was not arrogant themselves? However, the monster prince didn't care at all. He thought, yes, I'm arrogant, but what can you do about it? My skeletal age is 31 years old. All of you useless and pathetic barking humans in the audience, if you have a skeletal age of 50 or lower and you also aren't convinced, then feel free to fight with me. The monster prince's words were filled with monster energy, making them loud enough that they easily spread through the entire audience. And after hearing these words, all of the martial artists who had been wildly shouting suddenly deflated. 31-year skeletal age. This freak. A 31-year skeletal age was far too young. The martial artists that participated in the first martial meeting were 40 years old on average. Even Dragon Fang was 36 years old, and that was considered quite young. Many of the young elites present were 40 to 50 years old, but even if their strength increased 10 times over, they still wouldn't be a match for the monster prince. Thus, they could only choke on their own rage without the energy to refute him. This was because the difference was far too great. Have Xiao Moxian go on stage. She'll definitely beat him to a pulp. Many martial artists shouted, unable to swallow this anger. A monster prince had actually come to their territory and beaten up their geniuses. After that, he had even loudly mocked all of them. Even so, there wasn't a single person who was able to stand up to him, so how could their thoughts ever remain smooth after this? However, they knew that they were not a match for the monster prince, so they could only pin their hopes on these other extreme characters competing in the finals. They needed one of the other participants to surpass the monster prince in both strength and talent. Xiao Moxian is extremely young. I've heard that she is still in her 20s. Even so, she cannot be considered someone that is fully human. Xiao Moxian's talent far surpassed the monster prince's. However, half of her bloodline came from a dark phoenix, so she could be considered a half-monster. To have Xiao Moxian defeat the monster prince didn't have any meaning at all. That was equal to a monster defeating a monster. Even though the monster prince was arrogant, he didn't deny Xiao Moxian's talent. But besides her, the monster prince despised everyone else, including even Frost Dream. He believed that Frost Dream's talent was no higher than his own. As for Han Kai, he was even more useless. That human called Lin Ming, aren't you going to come up for a battle? The monster prince chuckled as he looked over in Lin Ming's direction, his eyes filled with a provocative light. He wanted to see Lin Ming's frightened and confused face, but he was disappointed. This brat has some guts. Humph, I'll see just how long you can maintain that calm demeanor of yours. Lin Ming looked at Vast Cosmos. Vast Cosmos said, if the both of you agree and are willing to compete ahead of time, then I will not oppose that. The order of fights in the tournament didn't matter much, and even Vast Cosmos was slowly becoming sick of hearing this monster prince shout again and again. But he had to admit that this monster prince was indeed powerful. Lin Ming's potential and the monster prince's potential were on two different levels. Vast Cosmos knew that the reason Lin Ming was able to climb up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar was because he had comprehended a very special type of laws. His future achievements would be without limit. But, before Lin Ming could successfully transform these laws into true combat strength, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the monster prince. This was because the monster prince's talent perfectly manifested with his growth. With every second that passed, he fused with the laws in his body more and more, becoming increasingly strong. This was the superiority of the monster race. If Lin Ming was defeated, then not only did that mean a loss for him, but also a deep shame for the entirety of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This was because all the disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace were inferior to Lin Ming. To all of this, Vast Cosmos couldn't help but consider the situation. At his level, face was very important to him. Vast Cosmos deeply looked at Lin Ming, then said, "You must be careful. He is very strong. I thank Senior for the reminder. I will make sure to remember that." Millimeter, good. As the two quickly spoke with a true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming stepped forwards, grasping his long spear as he stood before the monster prince. Long spear against a wild halberd. Lin Ming didn't immediately attack. Instead, he pointed his spear at the monster prince and coldly said, "You having a 31-year skeletal age is a wonderful coincidence. I am also not yet 32 years old, and that makes us the same age. I have rarely met a match that is my age." As Lin Ming spoke these words, the audience was shocked. Lin Ming was also 31 years old. Although the audience was now noticing Lin Ming, they didn't know just how old he was. After all, this was the first time that most of them had heard of him, and yet he was actually the same age as the monster prince. That meant that this battle would be an absolutely fair match. Chapter 1292, Might of the Heretical God. Chapter 1292, Might of the Heretical God. Lin Ming is also 31 years old. He's the same as that stupid monster boy. Incredible. This will be interesting to watch. Before, the monster prince had bragged about his talent, stating he had a 31-year skeletal age and that any heroic elite present that was 50 years or younger could challenge him. However, even saying so, it wouldn't be glorious if someone with a 50-year skeletal age truly defeated him. In order to suppress him, it needed to be a genius of the same age. The audience didn't expect that Lin Ming was also of the same age. This battle truly caused one's blood to boil over. Lin Ming is really a monstrous genius. At 31 years of age, he's able to reach such heights. I have no idea just what he will accomplish in the future. But if he were compared to that monster prince, the audience certainly hoped that Lin Ming could defeat the monster prince, but his opponent was truly strong. It was hard to say whether or not Lin Ming could triumph in the end. Lin Ming! Lin Ming! Many heroic elites shouted out loud. Destroy him! Slaughter him! Slaughter him! Let alone the current heroic young elites present, even some young girl martial artists were cheering for Lin Ming. All of them hoped that Lin Ming could win. This was because this monster prince was far too hateful. The monster prince looked at Lin Ming pointing a spear at him and sneered, saying, "It's been a long time since anyone has dared to point their weapon at me. Very well then. I shall break apart every bone in your body." To point a spear at another person was in itself a sign of provocation. In the past, Lin Ming had rarely done so. He had only declared a challenge toward someone at spear point twice. Once was during his youth, when he had pointed his spear at Xu Yang. That was a fight for himself. The second time was on the Divine Seal altar when he had pointed his spear at Nether Limitless. That was for the glory of the verdant feather holy lands. The monster prince grasped his desolate blood halberd and pointed it straight back at Lin Ming in reply. A powerful collision. This was a battle between peak geniuses of humanity and the monster race. His Highness the Prince loves to show off his talent. In the audience, two white-clothed old men used a true essence sound transmission to communicate with each other. Both of them were powerhouses of the monster race. One was a great world king and the other was an ordinary world king. To walk in the human world, a world king powerhouse was more than enough to deal with most situations. It was impossible for an Empyrean to act out on behalf of the monster prince, otherwise that would be the same as setting off a battle between humanity and the monsters. Showing off one's abilities is also an important factor in establishing one's absolute strength. It isn't necessarily a bad thing. Another old man quietly said. He was confident in the monster prince's strength. Monsters were different from humans. The Empyreans of humanity ruled their own domains, scattered across the various great worlds. But the monster race had a singular Empyrean ruler, the Monster Emperor, that stood above all others. The entire monster race had to submit to this person. In truth, there were very few monster Empyreans. Their numbers could not compare to the humans at all. As for this monster prince, he was the grandson of the current monster emperor, and these two world kings were the monster emperor's officials. In the arena, the monster prince laughed. "In my future, I am destined to become a monster Empyrean. The road of a monster Empyrean has to be paved with the blood of countless geniuses. As for you, you will help form my road." The monster prince was arrogant to the extreme. Lin Ming finally understood that when the monster prince referred to himself as Lord Monster, he was saying that he would become a monster Empyrean in the future. The monster prince only had a divine sea cultivation, but he dared to call himself a future monster Empyrean. That was the same concept as the current Lin Ming calling himself Empyrean heretical god or Empyrean azure dragon. Although he was confident in himself, he definitely wasn't worthy of these titles yet. But the monster prince actually did this. Just how presumptuous was that? "Fuck, this idiot is a madman," some people said from within the audience. "He is crazy." An Empyrean descendant, even if they were at a half-step Empyrean cultivation, wouldn't dare to call themselves a true Empyrean. A half-step Empyrean will always be a half-step Empyrean. As everyone was speaking, there was a sudden humming sound. The monster prince had moved. The great halberd in his hands came cutting down at Lin Ming. The monster prince's speed approached an unimaginable level. The limit of speed, the explosiveness of his mortal body, and in addition to the power of his halberd, the might of this attack could be imagined. A normal human martial artist wouldn't dare to frontally collide with him at all. However, Lin Ming had never feared frontal combat. Grasping the Phoenix Blood Spear, Lin Ming took a step back, solidly touching the ground. The blue lotus flame dance shot straight out at the monster prince, who, in the skies, endless flames filled the air as a blue lotus towered within. Catcher. As if thunder was exploding, a wild wave of energy rushed out like surging tidal waves. The top layer of the arena ground rose up before flying away in giant chunks, swept away like autumn leaves. The two people simultaneously drew back. Where they stopped, the stone ground was turned into powder for miles around. This terrifying collision was more intense than a desperate battle between normal divine transformation powerhouses. However, the audience knew that this was only an exploratory attack. Whether it was Lin Ming or the monster prince, this had only been a casual strike that didn't reveal their true ability. This monster prince is a ruthless frontal combat master, but Lin Ming is also the same. Even Ram Saber was suppressed by him. Both of them are utter freaks. It's hard to imagine how intense this battle will become. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming and the monster prince fought for several moves, each more vicious and brutal than the last. Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates. As for the monster prince, he had a special physique, one comparable to an ancient vicious beast. Rule the world. The monster prince waved his halberd, an attack that contained the 5th level space laws. In that instant, Lin Ming felt the surrounding power of space instantly become chaotic, turning into an invisible cage that squeezed him within. All of his movements and his ability to counterattack was completely locked down. Die. The monster prince gave a loud shout as he pounded his halberd down at Lin Ming. The space laws were diverse with endless changes and variations. Dragon Fang was skilled at creating spatial mirror images and his attacks were strange and ghostly. But the monster prince was skilled in locking down his opponents with the power of space and then overcoming them with utter violence. The fierce halberd was filled with unstoppable momentum. The entire audience's eyes widened. They couldn't help but acknowledge that in terms of laws, Lin Ming was at a major disadvantage. Lin Ming had comprehended the thunder and fire laws, but when compared to time and space laws of similar boundary, they were slightly weaker. Within the prison of space, if Lin Ming's space laws were lacking, then it would be difficult to break free. As Lin Ming saw the monster prince's attack crashing down at him, his entire body erupted with strength. The heretical god force was released to the limit. Between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix began to burn. In that instant he stabbed out 100 spear strikes. When these 100 spear strikes fused together, they erupted with a terrifying might. Celestial Tyrant Manual, 100-layered waves. The phoenix blood spear smashed into the space cage, tearing apart that chaotic power of space. By using absolute strength, Lin Ming had broken through the space cage. Peng! After breaking through the power of space, Lin Ming had dodged the monster prince's attack in that critical moment. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Lin Ming's defensive abilities were, if he was struck by that wild halberd, his flesh and blood would still have exploded into pieces and he would have been defeated. Millimeter? You can use strength alone to break through my space cage? The monster prince had a surprised look on his face. No one was more clear than he was on how powerful Rule the World was, but Lin Ming had still been able to free himself. You're good, but next time you won't be so lucky. The monster prince sneered and a series of popping sounds ran through his body as he began to change. Scales appeared on his face. On his back, a pair of fleshy wings burst out from behind him, stretching out in the air. He had transformed into a half-monster, half-human body. The monster race had many ancient bloodlines. Rather than being similar to humans, they were far more similar to ancient desolate beasts. Many members of the monster race were able to completely transform their bodies. Once they transformed, their bodies would draw closer to those of vicious beasts. They would be able to better fuse with the laws within their bodies and their attacks would be even more formidable. At the same time, their explosive force and speed would rise by a substantial degree. That madman changed his body. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Ming should have some hidden strength, but now that the monster prince has changed his body, his laws will be even more formidable. His space laws were originally extremely strong and they were able to suppress the thunder and fire laws. If Lin Ming decides to fight using the thunder and fire laws, then he will suffer a great loss. And using brute force to break free isn't the righteous way to win. As the audience was speaking, the monster prince attacked once more. Rule the world. With another wave of his halberd, the power of space around Lin Ming became chaotic once more, completely trapping him within it. Void collapse. Be destroyed together with space. The monster prince recklessly laughed. All around Lin Ming, the power of space began to collapse. The power of space wildly flooded around, violently rolling around Lin Ming. He deliberately wanted to use the laws to suppress Lin Ming. Facing this fierce strike, Lin Ming cried out. From his inner world, the heretical god tree was summoned, forming a divine tree phantom behind him. Above the crown of that divine tree, an azure dragon and fire phoenix circled about. The phantoms of a divine tree, dragon, and phoenix rejoicing in unison. Do you really believe that your space laws can suppress me in terms of the laws? Lin Ming sneered. With a wave of his spear, a fierce and wild thunder and fire connected in the sky, bursting out with unimaginable power. In that moment, endless divine light lit up the sky, as if a sun had been born in the air. This divine light was like countless sharp swords as it tore apart the vortex created by the power of space. The thunder and fire laws were indeed inferior to the time and space laws. But Lin Ming's thunder and fire laws were beyond ordinary. With the heretical god tree leading them, they surpassed the heavenly Tao laws and also contained the tribulations of thunder and fire. They stood at a completely different height from ordinary thunder and fire laws. By summoning the heretical god tree phantom, Lin Ming was able to display the mightiest strength of his thunder and fire laws. When Lin Ming had faced the monster princes first rule the world, he had broken through with strength. But now, after the monster prince changed his body and used the same move, he decided to use the thunder and fire laws. As these dual laws erupted with their strength, they were more than enough to tear apart the space cage. What? The monster prince's complexion completely changed. He could clearly see that Lin Ming's fire laws were at the 5th level concept and his thunder laws were a bit lower. When both were combined together, it was on par with his own space laws. Even so, it should have then been decided by the different ranks of the laws. His space laws should have been able to suppress the thunder and fire laws. However, an unexpected situation had occurred. Lin Ming had used the power of thunder and fire to tear apart his space cage. How could he not be shocked by this? It wasn't just the monster prince that was shocked, but the audience was too. They never imagined that Lin Ming was so cruel and vicious that he could use thunder and fire laws of the same level to break apart the space laws. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming didn't give the monster prince any time to recover. He revolved his spear potential, fusing together the first 4 level concepts of fire and then attaching the 5th level concept onto the Phoenix Blood Spear, thrusting it straight towards the monster prince. Chapter 1293, Enraging the Monster Race. Chapter 1293, Enraging the Monster Race. Virtual disintegration was Lin Ming's self-created skill. Using virtual fire to attack an opponent's mind, all of their anger, hatred, and jealousy would become Lin Ming's weapon. He could use it to burn down his opponents and swallow them alive. And the monster prince was someone who was incomparably arrogant and easily lost his temper. If the monster prince's flames of anger and jealousy were used to attack him, then the power of virtual disintegration would multiply. Virtual flames burned. Lin Ming's spear was like a homing missile, unable to be dodged. The monster prince's pupils shrank. He only felt as if all the anger in his body was being ignited by this spear, attacking his mind. Virtual fire. The monster prince had an extraordinary level of experience and naturally recognized this type of fire. It was the 5th level concept of fire, virtual fire. The monster prince was also well aware of his own weaknesses and shortcomings. If he was struck by this spear, victory and defeat would be instantly settled. From the point when Lin Ming had used the heretical godfire and thunder to tear open the space cage and attack the monster prince with virtual disintegration, his series of attacks had been so fast that it was nearly impossible to react to. As the monster prince saw this spear coming at him, his eyes sharpened. His entire body erupted with energy. 10,000 monster domain. The monster prince roared. In that moment, countless horrifying sounds filled the air. These sounds were like the cry of a dragon, the roars of a tiger, a long and endless sonic wave that spread past the horizon. Orhu. From within the monster prince's body, countless monster phantoms rushed out. These great monsters were as tall as 100 feet and as small as a palm. Their shapes also came in all sorts of strange and macabre styles. Some looked like lions, ghosts, and zombies, some had vicious horns and spikes, and some were dripping with tentacles of blood. In that instant, 9,999 monster spirits rushed out from the monster prince's body, covering a scope of several miles around the monster prince. Lin Ming's virtual fire that he sent out was torn to pieces by those monster spirits and swallowed up. Millimeter. Lin Ming was startled. After he joined in on the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, not only did he encounter all sorts of unimaginable geniuses, but he witnessed all kinds of mysteries techniques. This ability in front of him seemed like a type of domain. There was actually this sort of domain. How do you like my 10,000 monster domain? I want to see just how you break through it. The monster prince crazily laughed. 10,000 monster domain, I never imagined that this monster prince would be able to use the 10,000 monster domain. In the honored seating section, an extraordinarily experienced person spoke out. He had a great deal of understanding into the monster race's cultivation methods. Genius martial artists of the monster race, because of the royal bloodline within their bodies, have the ability to attract the worship of monster spirits, forming a monster spirit domain. There are different levels, from the 100 monster domain, 1000 monster domain, 10,000 monster domain, and even the legendary 100,000 monster domain. The last stage is only a legend, and the 10,000 monster domain can be called the top of all monster domains. A white-clothed old man spookily said. Beside him, another thin middle-aged man nodded his head, saying, with 9999 monster spirits as well as the monster prince himself, that is a total of 10,000 monster spirits, forming a perfect 10,000 monster domain. It is known as an unbreakable domain. Not only does it have immense striking power, but at the same time, any person that steps into the 10,000 monster domain will be swallowed up within it. Once the 10,000 monster domain is used, that is the same as having to deal with 10,000 monster spirits. This sort of offensive and defensive ability is far more profound than Ram Saber's Saber King domain. But even if Lin Ming's momentum is destroyed here, it still won't extinguish the glory and fame he's gained so far. Lin Ming is amazing. He is able to use thunder and fire laws to tear apart space laws of the same level. No matter how this battle ends, there is no loser. This generation of juniors is truly far too strong. The monster race's 10,000 monster domain was the pride of the royal bloodline. In a chaotic battle of armies, if a monster of the royal family were to open their 10,000 monster domain and rush into the midst of an army, they could have their 10,000 monsters swallow up their enemies' flesh and blood, becoming unstoppable. Moreover, the more flesh and blood these monster spirits ate, the more brutal and vicious they would become. In the end, even an army of 1,000,000 could be completely killed off by a single person. The monster prince coldly sneered at Lin Ming. Hehe, my 10,000 monster domain can annihilate all life in the world. You, human, are nothing but a fat mouse, barely enough for a bite. Now die. As the monster prince spoke, he grasped his halberd and rushed at Lin Ming. Halberd shattering the universe. The monster prince's falling halberd came down like a collapsing mountain. At the same time, all of the monster spirits around the monster prince also hurtled towards Lin Ming. Together with the monster prince, that was 10,000 monster spirits. In addition to that vicious and desolate halberd, this terrifying attack even caused the audience that was dozens of miles away to shake with fear and awe. If they were placed within that 10,000 monster domain, they might be instantly eaten up until nothing was left remaining. A single person to fight 10,000 monsters. How could one possibly continue fighting? In that instant, facing the aggressive threat of the monster prince, Lin Ming's expression still didn't change. He held his phoenix blood spear straight, all of his true essence and world power erupting from his inner world. As 10,000 monster spirits howled, Lin Ming stood tall and proud, his body straight like a spear. Bloom in splendor, Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. In that moment, a blood-red lotus flower slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming, so red and lush it seemed as if it would drip blood. This was the primordious martial intent. The thick and vast grand mist space erupted, rolling outwards like a spreading storm. The boundless aura turned into a mighty tsunami that flushed towards those 10,000 monster spirit. Grand mist space was able to annihilate everything. Flesh and blood, laws, souls, not even monster spirits were an exception. This was nearly the highest level domain in the divine realm, the domain that stood at the greatest heights. Even the 10,000 monster domain was suppressed. Peng, 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 peng. Underneath the shroud of the grand mist space, monster spirits began to emit pitiful and miserable screams before they collapsed into ash, gone forever. The massive numbers of monster spirits that were destroyed turned into elementary grand mist energy. What? The monster prince was shocked. His 10,000 monster domain had been broken. Not only was he astonished, but the entire audience was dumbstruck. Lin Ming's domain was actually so fierce. Just how many techniques did he have in the end? My monster spirits. The monster prince's eyes were bloodshot with rage. If his monster spirits died, he could still create more, but he had to use enough flesh and blood to do so. It was extremely troublesome. You are courting death. As the monster prince saw the countless monster spirits that he had raised himself being killed off by Lin Ming, he grasped his desolate halberd and smashed it down at Lin Ming's head. But after entering the grand mist space, the monster prince found his strength rapidly fading away. An incomparably thick atmosphere made him pay several times the strength in order to complete a single movement. This damned domain. The monster prince was surprised. He felt as if he had fallen into a thick swamp as his speed rapidly dropped. At the same time, Lin Ming rushed towards the monster prince. Just die. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Underneath the suppression of the grand mist space, the Phoenix Blood Spear's spear light shot right towards the monster prince. You small fry. The monster prince was utterly enraged. His body emitted more crackling sounds as a crimson color washed over his entire body. It seemed that he had used some sort of arcane skill. He forcefully cast off the shackles of the grand mist space and smashed his halberd out at the Phoenix Blood Spear. Peng! Spear and halberd crossed. A terrifying force swept outwards. In that instant, the monster prince felt strange flames drill into his body like a viper. These flames looked ordinary, but once they rushed into his body, they caused his mind to fall into illusion. Who? His anger exploded into an inferno, completely subsuming his rational mind. The monster prince's eyes turned blood red and blood vessels popped out from his entire body as if he would explode at any moment. This was the might of virtual fire. Moreover, Lin Ming's virtual fire came from the heretical god tree. It was far above ordinary. You're done. Lin Ming coolly said. The spear in his hands came smashing down. Peng! The heavy shaft of the Phoenix Blood Spear struck the monster prince's body. The monster prince's protective true essence instantly collapsed like an eggshell. Stop! An old voice suddenly echoed through the arena. However, Lin Ming ignored this voice. He pulled back his spear and struck the monster prince's chest, causing his ribs to break apart and sending him soaring away. Peng! The monster prince fell onto the floor like a pile of hashed meat. His body skidded back on the ground for several tens of thousands of feet, causing countless tiles to shatter until he finally fell off the side of the arena stage. The entire audience was left silent. Lin Ming was far too fierce. He had broken through the space laws using thunder and fire laws of the same level. Moreover, he had a strange domain of his own that broke through the 10,000 monster domain, and now he had defeated the monster prince. As he stood there, his momentum was like a rainbow, unstoppable. Young master. Two old monster race men rushed over to the monster prince's side, quickly inspecting his wounds. The truth was that with the monster race's royal bloodline, the monster prince's regenerative abilities were no weaker than Lin Ming's. Even if all of his ribs had shattered, it still wouldn't take too long to recover. If there were superb medicines used, the effects would be even better. A monster race world king suddenly stood up, eyeing Lin Ming like a poisonous snake. Human, I ordered you to stop, are you deaf? The monster race old man was extremely overbearing, even reprimanding Lin Ming right here. As Lin Ming heard this monster race old man's words, he was startled. He had seen overbearing before, but never to this extent. Although his natural character was to remain low profile and he didn't like to needlessly quarrel with anybody, as he faced this ridiculous monster race old man, he simply angrily smiled and said, "Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you? I think an old bag of bones like you has gone insane." Hearing Lin Ming's words, the monster race old man's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. You are courting death. As he spoke, he prepared to rush up onto the arena. The people of the monster race, especially the royal family, were all incomparably arrogant and conceited. In their minds, everyone needed to respect them and everyone needed to submit to them. All that refused should be put to death. However, just as the monster race old man stepped onto the arena stage, he felt a terrifying strength crash into him. This strength was extremely formidable. There was no way for him to resist it. The monster race old man suddenly shook as he was sent soaring backwards, smashing into the arena wall and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Who? Although the monster race old man looked miserable, the truth was that he wasn't seriously injured at all. Coughing up some blood wasn't anything to the likes of him. Vast Cosmos slowly walked over, looking at the monster race old man as he would a fool. He coldly said, "Me. Without permission, no one can rush onto the arena stage of the finals. Consider this a light warning." Vast Cosmos had a half-step Empyrean cultivation. Compared to an ordinary world king, the disparity was immense. Chapter 1294, Seeing Through the Laws. Chapter 1294, Seeing Through the Laws. Vast Cosmos, you actually dare to attack me. Do you really want to take on the burden of being the one to instigate a war between humans and the monster race? The two monster race old men only had world king cultivations, but they didn't fear the heavens or the earth. In fact, there were many kings of the monster race that were like this. They wouldn't endure insults nor would they fear powerhouses. They were a crazy and wild race. In the past, there were people that abducted children with the royal bloodline in order to refine pills. Finally, the monster race completely exterminated the influence that person came from as well as their entire planet. Many people knew that the monster race was crazy. Within their bones was buried the nature of a beast. They were like mad dogs. Once someone provoked them, they would crazily retaliate until their body perished. However, Vast Cosmos didn't fear any of this at all. He calmly said, "Both of your lives aren't as valuable as you think. Be careful with your words or I'll break all of your bones before I kick you back to the monster race. In my territory, you best be more respectful." Many humans couldn't acclimatize to seeing the monster race, demon race, or the other different races. In history, there were also wars that exploded between humanity and other races. But in order to truly exterminate the enemy, one had to pay an enormous price. It was simply impossible to do. Thus, in the divine realm, there were several races that still coexisted side by side. In the Skyspill continent, the giant demons, imps, and Goliaths were all offshoot branches of the demon race. As for the Fae, they were faintly related to the monster race, but the truth was that they were much closer to the human bloodline. The Skyspill continent had simply been isolated for far too long. After their bloodlines multiplied and spread out for tens and hundreds of thousands of years, they began to slowly dilute themselves. The two monster race elders' faces were filled with a cruel light. They looked at Vast Cosmos and then towards Lin Ming, their eyes shining with killing intent. "We're going." The two monster race elders brought down the monster prince but didn't leave just because of this. The monster race's arrogance also didn't allow them to do something which would weaken their own momentum like that. They would continue to participate in the matches. Fighting and killing was one of the ways in which they lived. Lin Ming, victory. Vast Cosmos loudly announced. He looked towards Lin Ming, his eyes filled with appreciation. When Lin Ming had mounted the summit of the Divine Seal altar, he had been opportunistic, using some shortcuts, thus Vast Cosmos wasn't panicked at all. But now, Lin Ming, at the Middle Divine Sea realm and with a 31-year skeletal age, had defeated the monster prince. After reaching this step, he could be called a million-year rare genius of the divine realm. If it weren't for the fact that he was born in an era when countless unrivaled geniuses were rising up, then Lin Ming's light might have overshadowed everyone by far. Lin Ming is too strong. What a good fight, that felt so great. I wonder just how that crazy monster kid will continue fighting. This is incredible. If this continues, then Lin Ming might have a chance of reaching the top 3. Top 3? That would be struggling for the championship against the likes of Xiao Moxian, Han Kai, and Frost Dream. Just look at the three of them. Which one do you think Lin Ming could possibly replace? Xiao Moxian, Frost Dream, and Han Kai had all pierced through the hearts and minds of those present, giving off an unsurpassable feeling. We have no idea how strong Han Kai is, and although it is said that Xiao Moxian is extremely fierce, we have never seen her strength with our own eyes. But we can clearly see Lin Ming. That monster prince isn't weak at all, but he was still equally destroyed by Lin Ming. Lin Ming proved his strength again and again. He didn't rely on rumors and gossip, nor did he rely on some influence behind him that raised him up. Rather, He had convinced people through his sheer victories in combat, convincing them without leaving a single doubt behind. Moreover, Lin Ming came from a minor influence, which earned him an extremely favorable impression from many young elites of world king influences and ordinary hold lands. Originally, the Empyrean descendants were a great mountain that pressed down on the disciples of the world king and Holy Land influences. Whether it was in talent, resources, or inheritances, all of them couldn't help but develop thoughts of inferiority, making them feel as if it were impossible to fight against them. But now, Lin Ming had used his strength to tell everyone in the arena that even someone from a small influence could equally become an extreme genius. This was truly inspiring. Of course, while some people worshipped Lin Ming, there were also many people that envied him. No matter what happened, Lin Ming stood on the greatest stage of the entire divine realm. Throughout every great influence of the divine realm, there was no one who didn't know of him. Lin Ming walked down from the stage and began to meditate. The monster prince wasn't weak at all. Although Lin Ming had still kept back some moves, victory hadn't come easily. Lin Ming, take a good rest. In the first round you will take a victory, but in the next round you will be the first one on stage after 2 battles. Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Han Kai have all taken a bye for this round. After the first round finishes there will be a 1-hour rest. Do you have any problems with that? Vast Cosmos's true essence sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming and the Monster Prince's match just now had been temporarily inserted into the schedule. Because Lin Ming hadn't yet fought in the first round, this caused there to be a change in the match order. Because the Monster Prince fought in 2 matches, this caused there to be an odd number of remaining contestants, so it was not possible to finish the games. Thus, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had simply allowed Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Han Kai to all draw buys. Of course, this method was to ensure fairness. 3 of them had undeniable strength and whoever bumped into them would likely suffer a loss. Even though Vast Cosmos believed that Lin Ming had the capabilities of fighting against them, he would still have to use every card in his hands, which would cause him to suffer a disadvantage in the later fights. In this situation, allowing the 3 of them a bye was the best method. I have no problems. May I ask who my next match is? Lin Ming asked Vast Cosmos. Lin Ming's restorative ability far surpassed what Vast Cosmos imagined. He simply hadn't used a significant amount of energy in fighting against the Monster Prince. Your opponent is Dragon Fang, Vat Cosmos said, stretching out his words. As Lin Ming heard the name of his next opponent, he felt his heart quicken. Dragon Fang. He would finally battle Dragon Fang. He and Dragon Fang could be considered fated to meet. Both of them had grown together in the preliminaries, and because Dragon Fang had opened the 3 lives pupils there, the range of his growth had been even greater than Lin Ming's. Whether it was in the preliminaries or the semifinals, the 2 of them hadn't fought for a variety of reasons. But now, the time for their battle had finally approached. This would likely be an extremely tough battle. It was also because of this reason that Vast Cosmos had advised Lin Ming to rest well. I understand. Lin Ming cupped his fists together, feeling a bit impatient. The third battle of the first round was between Dragon Fang and Sheku. There was an extremely small number of people that believed in Sheku, even though Sheku was also an impressive person. Sheku, a dual body and energy cultivator to fight against Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils. This is going to be interesting. This brat Sheku has come across some fortuitous encounters, otherwise it would be impossible for him to cultivate dual body and energy to this level. Vast Cosmos thought with a smile. Lin Ming was also paying attention to Sheku. As Dragon Fang and Sheku stepped on stage, a wave of cheers washed over the entire arena. Most of them were shouting Dragon Fang's name and only a small number of people were cheering for Sheku. Dragon Fang was handsome and delicate with extremely pale skin. As for Sheku, he was tall and burly-looking, like a roughly hewn stone. Because of this, Dragon Fang won the hearts of most young female disciples, not to mention that the strength he had revealed so far had surpassed Sheku. These fellows really think I'm worthless or something. I don't believe I can't defeat this pale little dandy boy, Sheku thought to himself. He wouldn't underestimate Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang's strength was truly amazing, but he was also confident in himself. Ha! Shaku shouted out loud and his aura erupted to endless levels. In that instant, he was like a mountain that stood atop the arena stage. He cultivated the Earth Laws, and his Earth Laws had reached large success of the 5th level concept. Sky Mountain Seal. Shaku grasped a staff and took the initiative to attack. This strike utilized the Earth Laws he comprehended to the maximum. As this attack came out, it was like a falling mountain, able to sunder the world. Dragon Fang held the Dragon Fang blade in his hands, an indifferent expression across his face. His pupils had already turned into the shape of needle tips. This was the 3 lives pupils. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless Earth origin energy gathered together, forming a mass of brown light in the sky that became a 100,000-foot mountain that began to fall down at Dragon Fang. As the audience saw this, they cried out in alarm. The weight of a 100,000-foot tall mountain was nearly inestimable. With the infusion of endless amounts of Earth energy crashing down together, the Earth would collapse. How could a martial artist possibly defend against this? This attack was unmatched. Everyone looked towards Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang still looked as calm as before. Within his eyes, he could clearly make out the circulation of Shaku's Earth Laws. In that instant, Dragon Fang attacked. Without using any laws at all, he simply poured true essence into his blade and then lightly thrust towards that 100,000-foot tall mountain. What? He wants to use that 4-foot-long sword to resist Shaku's 100,000-foot tall mountain. He's too crazy. Shaku's Earth Laws have long reached the boundary of substantializing his origin energy. This mountain is not a phantom but a true mountain of origin energy. If this attack connects, then Dragon Fang's arms will be torn off. As everyone was speaking, Dragon Fang thrust his sword into an exact point of that mountain. In that moment, everything seemed to fall silent as if time itself had stopped. Dragon Fang's energy completely poured into that giant mountain. It was much weaker and smaller than the energy Shaku had erupted with, but at this time an incredible scene occurred. From the point where Dragon Fang had stabbed his sword, a crack appeared in the giant mountain. Then, countless cracks began to climb all around the massive mountain like a never-ending spider web. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the sound of collapsing mountains and rivers, the entire origin energy mountain turned into endless crushed stone as it completely disintegrated. What? How did he do that? A single sword strike to crush a 100,000-foot mountain. The entire audience was shocked, and even Lin Ming's pupils shrank. If Dragon Fang had suppressed Shaku using absolute strength, then he would have thought that was reasonable. But, a single casual sword strike had completely shattered Shaku's attack. Those eyes, Lin Ming noticed Dragon Fang's pupils, those eyes can see through the laws. In front of Dragon Fang's eyes, there is no place for Shaku's laws to hide. Lin Ming didn't know where Dragon Fang's eyes originated from, but he could guess some of their abilities. Many of the powerhouses in the audience were also able to do the same. This Dragon Fang is able to see through the laws, thus he instantly found a weakness in Shaku's attack and was able to crush that origin energy mountain that he had formed. If all laws are seen through by Dragon Fang, how could you still fight? That is a nearly invincible position. I also heard that this Dragon Fang has practiced the laws of space and time to an extremely high level. He can see through the laws of his opponents and then attack with his own space and time laws. What a terrifying young man. I thought that Lin Ming could reach the top 3 or even the top 4, but now I've changed my mind. These dark horses are each darker than the last. I have no idea just who is stronger and weaker between Lin Ming and Dragon Fang. Chapter 1295, Impossible to Unravel. Chapter 1295, Impossible to Unravel. Dragon Fang's 2 pupils were chilling to the bone. All moves and all laws were seen through by him, making one unable to summon any courage to face him. As Shaku saw his finishing blow, the Sky Mountain Seal, be defeated like that, his complexion turned extremely ugly. You are fierce, but my strength is more than just the Earth Laws. By depending on those eyes alone, you cannot defeat me. Shaku shouted out loud and popping sounds emitted from his entire body. He directly opened the 8 inner hidden gates and a giant turtle phantom appeared behind him. This turtle had a massive snaking dragon head and its shell was round like a dome. Its 4 legs were like those of an elephant and its body was larger than a mountain. That's a dragon turtle phantom. Of the 9 sons of the heavenly dragon, the dragon turtle was one. Shaku has opened 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, the same as me. Moreover, he can summon the phantom of a dragon turtle. I fear he obtained a lucky chance related to the dragon turtle. Lin Ming thought. Shaku suddenly laughed. 10 years ago I explored a divergent mystic realm. Deep within that mystic realm, I found a deeply slumbering dragon turtle egg. Using a special technique, I slowly ate up that dragon turtle egg. Ignoring the laws I've comprehended, just my bodily strength has reached the highest pinnacle. As Shaku spoke, the entire audience was shocked. Shaku's luck was too good. A dragon turtle egg was more valuable and precious than the supreme dragon bone that Lin Ming had obtained. Although the bloodline of the dragon turtle was inferior to the azure dragon, Shaku had still obtained a dragon turtle egg that was filled with the life vitality of a dragon. Compared to the bone of an azure dragon that had been dead for countless years, it was far more precious. If a dragon turtle egg were to appear, even great world king powerhouses would crazily fight for it. So that's how it is. No wonder Shaku was able to open the first 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming silently thought. Underneath the current rules of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible to open up the 8 inner hidden gates to such a degree without a lucky chance. In truth, the advantages the dragon turtle egg gave to Shaku were far more than helping him open the 8 inner hidden gates. The dragon turtle was originally an earth attribute god beast, and thus it complemented Shaku's laws, allowing him to instantly leap into the ranks of the top masters. Shaku originally thought that he could rank in the top 3 of the first martial meeting, but now he realized that experts here were like clouds in the sky. Any one of these people he had to face would force him to use his complete strength. As Shaku spoke, he glanced over at Lin Ming, a faintly superior feeling in his eyes. Lin Ming was startled, but immediately understood his meaning. When Lin Ming fought, he had summoned the phantom of an azure dragon, and that scene had naturally fallen into Shaku's eyes. Shaku had swallowed the dragon turtle egg and this allowed him to faintly feel the intensity of the azure dragon bloodline within Lin Ming. He guessed that Lin Ming had obtained something like a dragon bone or dragon blood, and in terms of lucky chances, the dragon turtle egg he found naturally surpassed Lin Ming. All body transformation martial artists needed lucky chances to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Thus, Shaku naturally compared himself with Lin Ming's lucky chances. Since Lin Ming was inferior in this regard, Shaku naturally felt superior by having a greater destiny on him. Even though his strength couldn't be compared to Lin Ming's, his lucky chance was still better than his, thus the reason he glanced at Lin Ming with that expression just now. So it's like that. But, so what? Dragon Fang calmly asked Shaku. Shaku frowned as he saw Dragon Fang's response. Humph, stop posturing. Dragon Fang quietly wiped the edge of the Dragon Fang blade, coolly saying, lucky chances and destiny are indeed a component of one's talent, but they do not account for everything. If you believe that just because you stumbled across a great lucky chance, that will allow you to become an extreme master of the divine realm, then you are sorely mistaken. In Dragon Fang's opinion, those like Lin Ming and Jun Blue Moon that had come from common mortal backgrounds must have come across heaven-shaking lucky chances to stand where they were now. But, they did not reach this boundary through just the quality and quantity of lucky chances they found. With so many lives in the divine realm, there were countless individuals that found lucky chances, but out of all those people, only a few geniuses were able to stand here. At present, Shaku was one such person who had come across a great lucky chance. But, when compared to Lin Ming and Jun Blue Moon, he lacked many things. You sure speak a lot of crap. Make your move. With my body transformation technique, I simply have no need to rely on my laws. I want to know just how you'll see through my weaknesses. Shaku's body suddenly bulged out, making him look like an ancient beast as he hurtled towards Dragon Fang. At that instant, Dragon Fang's mind was like a lake without ripples. He gently traced the hilt of the Dragon Fang blade and quietly said, if you won't use the laws, then I will. Just as Shaku's staff was about to strike Dragon Fang's body, time suddenly slowed down. The power of time around Shaku was twisted by Dragon Fang. Shaku rapidly responded. Popping sounds burst out from his body as tens of millions of djinns of strength erupted. He wanted to use brute force to break free from the shackles of the time laws. Ka. Shaku's muscles rose and his blood vessels stuck out as he broke through the power of time. However, at that moment, he felt himself plunging into a vortex of time. There was no past, no future, and even the present had come to a near halt. Dragon Fang's attainments in the time laws had far surpassed Shaku's imagination. If it were a normal martial artist with weaker time laws, then Shaku would have easily broken through it with his strength. However, Dragon Fang was far too strong. Whether it was the intensity of true essence or laws, he was on a higher level than Shaku. It was impossible for Shaku to contend with him. Whoosh! Dragon Fang's figure flashed as he struck at Shaku. The Dragon Fang blade ripped apart Shaku's protective true essence, leaving behind a thin line of blood on his neck. Shaku stiffened, his entire body going ice cold. In that instant, he felt as if he had died. When Dragon Fang's sword cut towards him, it was like the coming of the death god. And what scared Shaku the most was that even if his speed was inferior to Dragon Fang's, he still had his protective true essence and his body transformation technique to protect his body. But in front of Dragon Fang, all of that had been as fragile as paper. Dragon Fang's sword silently tore through Shaku's protective true essence along with the surface defense of his body. If that sword had cut forwards 3 more inches, then Shaku's head would have been cut off. How is this possible? Shaku's eyes widened, his entire body dripping with a cold sweat. How can my defense not resist you at all? Silence fell over the entire audience. Dragon Fang's attack was far too sharp. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a cold chill crawl up their backs. This was Dragon Fang's true strength. What a dangerous attack. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Dragon Fang's attack was far too sharp. Even with Lin Ming's defensive capabilities, he didn't believe he had the confidence to withstand such an attack. In other words, if he were to fight Dragon Fang, he couldn't allow himself to be cut or he would receive a severe wound. Dragon Fang put away his sword. He lightly glanced at Shaku and coldly said, "What cut apart your defense was not my blade, but space." From the start, Dragon Fang's sword had never touched Shaku's skin. Rather, he used the power of space to cut apart Shaku's defense. After reaching Dragon Fang's boundary, by utilizing the space laws, he didn't need to use his sword to kill others. With the power of space, he could kill people from 100 steps away. Space was invisible and formless. Wanting to dodge it was extremely difficult. A martial artist skilled in the space laws was terrifying, but a swordsman skilled in the space laws was even more terrifying. This was because space was sharper than a sword edge. Is this Dragon Fang human? Shaku is absolutely not weak, but compared to Dragon Fang, the disparity is too great. Nobody believed that Shaku was weak. He himself was an Empyrean descendant, and although he came from one of the weaker Empyrean palaces, he had a heaven-defying talent and even swallowed a dragon turtle egg. Just how many people in the universe would ever have such a lucky chance? And this Shaku was actually defeated in such a miserable manner by Dragon Fang. He's too much of a freak. With that strength, he might even be stronger than Lin Ming. When Lin Ming fought the monster prince, they had fought for some time. Although Shaku was likely weaker than the monster prince, he had been thoroughly defeated without the tiniest ability to resist. Dragon Fang might have the strength to compete for the top 3 rankings. I have nothing to say. Even I can't say who will be in the top 3 now. At the beginning, everyone thought that Xiao Moxian, Han Kai, and Frost Dream were guaranteed to be in the top 3 rankings. But now, Lin Ming and Dragon Fang each gave more and more formidable performances, as if they were invincible. Like this, with so many variables, it was impossible to unravel what the final rankings of the tournament would be. Don't forget that there is also Jun Blue Moon. Just look at him. From the start until now, he's simply been holding that bunny. Even though there were so many intense fights and those freaks Lin Ming and Dragon Fang both stepped on stage, his expression didn't change at all. Do you suppose he is weak? Jun Blue Moon had defeated an Empyrean descendant within 3 moves, And that Empyrean descendant hadn't been a nobody either. After being defeated by Jun Blue Moon, that Empyrean descendant had emerged victorious in his next 17 matches, and his results in the second tier were also at the top. There was even a chance that he and Ram Saber would fight to determine who had the qualifications to challenge the first tier. With that, it was unlikely that Hua Xian would be able to maintain his position. Such a ruthless person had been pitifully defeated by Jun Blue Moon. From the beginning until now, Jun Blue Moon had maintained a faint and uncaring expression, as if nothing mattered to him at all. Even the provocations of the monster prince and his opponents hadn't affected him in the least. And, what was most strange was that he had always held onto a little bunny, slowly stroking that little bunny's fur. This was something that normally only little girls would do. Wasn't this Jun Blue Moon a bit too much like a young girl? Or was there something special about this bunny? This first martial meeting has already reached unprecedented levels of intensity. I can't wait. I really want to see them fight. As everyone spoke, Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage once more. He loudly announced, "Fourth match, Jun Blue Moon against White King." These words caused the entire audience to bubble over with excitement. This was another battle of heavyweights. There was no need to mention the accomplishments of White King. He was the most outstanding disciples to appear in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace for the last several hundred thousands of years. One of the great reasons that Empyrean Vast Universe stepped forward to help manage the first martial meeting was because of White King. As the one representing the glory of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, White King's strength was naturally amazing. Moreover, the gambling house had enlisted the odds for White King. This caused many others to look forwards to seeing just how strong White King was. "White King, will you be okay?" Before White King stepped on stage, several of his senior apprentice brothers spoke to him. Although they were confident in White King, this Jun Blue Moon was far too abnormal. Wanting to defeat him wouldn't be easy. "I'm fine." White King took a deep breath. "Millimeter, it's fine as long as you try your best. This Jun Blue Moon is not easy to deal with. Just the strength he's exposed so far is no trifling matter." "I understand." White King slowly picked up his hand strap and shouldered his sword as he stepped onto the arena stage. In this battle, the pressure on him was not small at all. Chapter 1296, Duel of 2 Stars. Chapter 1296, Duel of 2 Stars. "White King, please advise." White King stood above the arena stage, a heavy sword grasped in his hands as he faced Jun Blue Moon. Jun Blue Moon had an indifferent expression on his face, still holding the rust-stained sword as before. "White King, White King." The entire audience erupted with heated cheers. This was the home ground of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, thus they naturally cheered for White King. White King calmed his mind. This battle was not one he could afford to lose, otherwise he would lose all of his momentum. After that, he would lose to Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, and the others. There was no need to mention the 3 terrifying characters that were Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Han Kai. This could only be called White King's bad luck. White King was already very strong. In the past, White King would have been able to struggle for the top 3 ranks of the Heaven Proclamation, but now 3 dark horses had suddenly galloped up behind him, each one darker than the last. One of them had defeated an Empyrean descendant in 3 moves, one had savagely beaten the monster prince, and the other was the disciple of 3 Lives Old Man, and 3 Lives Old Man was an ancient supreme elder that even Empyrean Divine Dream respected. Those 3 Lives pupils were able to see through all laws. How could anyone deal with that? How could he not feel the pressure? After all, he was part of the hosting sect. If he were to lose to common mortal martial artists, then that would be very ugly. Unfortunately for him, his opponent Jun Blue Moon was such a person. He was extremely strong and yet he didn't have any background at all. "Make your move," Jun Blue Moon said. White King didn't hesitate, he immediately attacked. Vast Universe Supernatural Art. White King immediately used the transcendent divine might of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In that instant, White King's aura exploded, rapidly rising. It doubled and continued rising until it was 3 times what it was originally. Not only was his aura 3 times greater, but his true essence and the power of the world within him were also 3 times what they were. Millimeter. Vast universe supernatural art. Lin Ming was startled. This was a cultivation method capable of rapidly increasing one's aura, similar to the heretical god force. But the range was greater than the heretical god force, and while the heretical god force was a momentary explosion, the vast universe supernatural art seemed to persist longer. From that point alone, the vast universe supernatural art was much stronger. But the key point of the heretical god force lay in the heretical god tree and its ability to control the power of thunder that surpassed the heavenly Tao laws. In this point, the vast universe supernatural art could not compare. I never imagined that White King would have already practiced the vast universe supernatural art to the 2nd stage. White King's talent is mind-boggling. On the Divine Seal altar, White King managed to climb 65,000 feet up the last step. Although he is worse than Lin Ming and Dragon Fang in that regard, that is because White King's methods were lacking. The Divine Seal altar cannot explain all strengths. With so many peak geniuses converging at this first martial meeting, I hope that White King can create a miracle. Vast universe supernatural art was an auxiliary transcendent divine might. Its most basic principle was to open a 2nd world within one's body, and even a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even more worlds. Currently, White King had only opened up his 3rd inner world and was constantly improving upon it. Every single transcendent divine might was a heaven-defying ability. And those Empyreans that could create a transcendent divine might were outstanding amongst their generation. With the support of the vast universe supernatural art, White King finally attacked. Gold light instant kill sword. What White King practiced was the metal laws. With the support of the vast universe supernatural art, this sword strike was in no way inferior to an all-out attack from a late divine transformation powerhouse. Facing this attack, Jun Blue Moon took a step backwards, one of his hands drawing a diagram in the air. Yin-yang energies fused together, forming a yin-yang primal chaos diagram in the air. The primal chaos diagram spun in the air, containing innumerable mysteries. As White King's sword light pierced into this primal chaos diagram, a strange scene occurred. The sword light submerged into that diagram and completely disappeared. What? White King was shocked. Because he had cared too much about this battle, he had immediately revolved the vast universe supernatural art as soon as he stepped on stage. He had used this all-out attack, and yet it was nothing but a fist that struck a load of cotton. He simply wasn't able to reveal his strength at all. What's going on here? Before White King had enough time to think, Jun Blue Moon had already pierced his sword out. The rust-stained sword was covered in the dazzling light of yin and yang, thrusting straight towards White King's chest. In that moment, within this world, everyone turned stark black or white. This was an incomparably strange attack. Metallic luster slash. White King grit his teeth and chopped down with his sword, striking Jun Blue Moon's sword light. The 2 sword lights were both destroyed at the same time, but there was no eruption of energy. Rather, the sword light, true essence, and power of the world seemed to be swallowed up by some invisible power until nothing was left in the world, leaving behind nothing but an eerily calm peace. This feeling of absolute silence left White King's heart tightened. Jun Blue Moon's techniques were too strange. Fighting him gave off an incomparably suppressive feeling. Shio. Jun Blue Moon thrust out another sword. This was also the yin-yang laws, but the power behind it was greater than the last strike. The speed was also faster, making it nearly impossible to read its trajectory. The yin-yang diagram spun, as if the entire world would be swallowed within it. There was no gap between these 2 sword strikes. It was as if Jun Blue Moon's true essence was endless. White King was startled. Fortunately, he had the vast universe supernatural art backing him up. With 3 inner worlds, the world power within his body was enough to continue fighting. By relying on this strength, White King and Jun Blue Moon began a fierce melee. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 5 swords. 10 swords. Jun Blue Moon's sword strikes became increasingly fast and increasingly potent. After his sword light collided with White King's techniques, they constantly died out, vanishing into nothing without a single trace remaining. Even though this was an extremely violent battle, There were no violent explosions of energy. This left the audience feeling extremely repressed. This feeling of the unknown was very uncomfortable. Soon, Jun Bluemoon had cast out 63 sword strikes. Even so, White King was just barely managing to deal with this barrage. Although he was distressed, he was able to shoulder this with his true essence that was 3 times deeper than that of an ordinary genius. In truth, the intensity of White King's true essence surpassed Jun Bluemoon's. But, it was only in the aspect of laws that Jun Bluemoon occupied an overwhelming advantage. White King's sword light was inexplicably swallowed, and not even White King knew how Jun Bluemoon was doing this. This was White King, with the support of the vast universe supernatural art behind him. If it were an ordinary Empyrean descendant, they would have already been defeated. Just what sort of cultivation method did this Jun Bluemoon train in that his techniques surpass senior apprentice brother White King in ferocity? Senior apprentice brother White's greatest superiority lies in the depth of his true essence. If he's also suppressed in this aspect by Jun Bluemoon, then he's in danger. Why are you trying to tear down others to make yourself seem better? Senior apprentice brother White does have an advantage, that is his endurance. Our Heavenly Palace's vast universe supernatural art is a transcendent divine might that is the best in prolonged battles. As long as senior apprentice brother White can draw Jun Bluemoon into a war of attrition, then he'll win. White King had 3 separate inner worlds within his body. It was nearly impossible to measure the total amount of true essence he had. He could even use 2 worlds to fight and then use the third to restore his strength. If that happened, then this battle would continue for a long time. If he fought Jun Bluemoon for a long time, he wouldn't consume too much energy and he would still be able to fight. And at this time, after Jun Bluemoon struck out with 63 sword strikes, his movements suddenly slowed for a breath of time until he slashed out with his 64th sword. As Jun Bluemoon attacked with his 64th sword strike, a sudden change occurred. Around Jun Bluemoon and White King, dozens of yin-yang primal chaos charts appeared. Counting them, there were 63 in total. The positions of these yin-yang primal chaos charts were exactly where Jun Bluemoon and White King exchanged 63 attacks just now. Each time they fought, their sword lights had disappeared, making it seem as if they had vanished. But that was wrong. The energy had hidden, turning into yin-yang primal chaos chart. Now, with Jun Bluemoon's 64th sword, all of those primal chaos charts were summoned together. With the final primal chaos chart that was summoned with the 64th sword strike, there were 64 in total. As the legend said, the endless void gave birth to primal chaos gave birth to 2 complementary forces, 2 complementary forces generated 4 aggregates, 4 aggregates generated 8 trigrams, and 8 trigrams formed 64 diagram. What Jun Bluemoon used was exactly 64 yin-yang sword. In that moment, 64 yin-yang diagrams joined together, blocking all the space around White King. White King felt as if he had fallen into a separate spacetime, as if he were blocked by an array diagram, leaving him no space to dodge. Peng 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 peng. 8 diagrams exploded together. In that instant, White King's protective true essence exploded and he flew backwards, his entire body stained red with blood. Peng. White King crashed into the ground. Jun Bluemoon had stayed his hand at the last moment, otherwise White King would have been severely wounded. He stood up and looked over at Jun Bluemoon. With a rueful smile on his face he said, "I've lost." So those 64 sword strikes that Jun Bluemoon used was a single sword technique. The first 63 sword strikes paved the way for the final blade. It was only that White King wasn't able to see through the profound principles behind it. The difference was simply far too great. Jun Bluemoon, victory. Vast Cosmos announced from the stage, a strange taste in his heart. In truth, the reason that White King wasn't given odds in the gambling house was to not only avoid suspicions of throwing games for profit but also to retain the face of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. According to Vast Cosmos's original estimations, White King's odds should have been worse than Lin Ming's, Jun Bluemoon's, Dragon Fang's, and even the Monster Prince's. It was just a bit too ugly. There was no miracle in White King and Jun Bluemoon's battle. The disparity was simply too great. It seems the background of our Vast Universe Heavenly Palace is still lacking, Vast Cosmos sighed. The most outstanding disciple that had appeared in their heavenly palace for the last several hundred thousands of years was actually defeated in such a miserable manner. Of course, this was related to White King's bad luck. Well fought, Jun Bluemoon faintly said. He stepped off the arena and sat back down on his chair. After he put away his sword, he held his little white bunny in his hands and closed his eyes in meditation. As the several 100 million people in the audience saw this, all of them were left speechless. Wasn't this fellow just a wonderful piece of work? He was so strong and yet his behaviors were so strange. After White King was defeated by Jun Bluemoon, the first round of the finals officially concluded. There would be an hour of rest time before the second round began. The first match of the second round was Lin Ming against Dragon Fang. As Vast Cosmos announced this match, the entire arena boiled over with excitement. Lin Ming against Dragon Fang. This was a battle between two superstars. Dragon Fang's battle against Sheku had left far too deep an impression on the audience. Not only did he possess eyes that could see through all laws, but he even had the strongest space and time laws behind him. With all of that together, Dragon Fang was a nearly invincible opponent. However, the scene of Lin Ming brutally defeating the Monster Prince had also left a deep impression on everyone. It seemed as if he had infinite potential. If these two abnormalities were to bump into each other, that would be a battle for the ages. Everyone wanted to know who would win. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang stepped on stage. And at this time, even Jun Bluemoon, who was deep in meditation, opened his eyes, ready to watch Lin Ming and Dragon Fang's battle. Chapter 1297, In a Spark of Time. Chapter 1297, In a Spark of Time. Dragon Fang stood on the arena stage, his black clothes fluttering around him. His hands were wrapped in white bandages, and as he stood there with the Dragon Fang blade in his hand, his complexion was still pale and delicate like before, and his eyes seemed as bright as the stars. Lin Ming stood across from him, dressed in blue. He grasped the Phoenix blood spear, his body straight like a spear. "You've caught my attention for a long time," Dragon Fang suddenly said. Lin Ming smiled, "Same here. I've always wanted to fight with you, but on the Divine Seal altar we both weren't in our peak conditions, and in order to climb up the 33rd step, we both had to save our strength. The result is that I've waited until now. I've been looking forwards to this battle for a long time, and I will put my best into this battle. As will I." Their conversation revealed just how much Lin Ming and Dragon Fang valued each other. Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, Dragon Fang. Before the match had begun, the audience was already cheering at the top of their lungs. Those that shouted these two names were all young elites of different great influences. They were certainly crazy because of this fight. A battle of this level might not happen for even 10,000 years. To them, it was a lucky chance if they were able to observe and emulate these young heroes. They could study their techniques, their abilities, and broaden their horizons. "It's so lively." In the contestant area, a bright voice like silver bells echoed out. Everyone turned to see a black-clothed girl emerge out of thin air like a ghost. No one had seen where she had come from, as if she had always been there from the start. Xiao Moxian. Many people instantly recognized this young girl. She was the direct bloodline descendant of Empyrean Demon Dawn, as well as someone who possessed half the inherited bloodline of a phoenix. In terms of potential, she could be called number one within the entire divine realm, and beside Xiao Moxian was another young woman dressed in white and clad in a dreamy illusion, her entire body exuding a holy aura. Without needing to mention it, everyone knew she was Frost Dream. Frost Dream's face was blurred, as if a layer of fog perpetually shrouded her. And not too far away from these two women there was a tall and thin bald youth. He wore straw sandals and loosely hanging cloth robes. There were 9 Buddhist scars that marked his head. This youth was Han Kai. Frost Dream, Han Kai, Xiao Moxian, the 3 great masters had all come out to watch Lin Ming and Dragon Fang's battle. From this point alone, one could see just how extraordinary this battle would be. Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian. As White King saw these 3 people, he walked forwards to greet them. They were all old acquaintances. Senior apprentice brother White King, you lost a bit too miserably. Xiao Moxian loved to poke at one's wounds. White King awkwardly traced his nose, saying, "If my skill is inferior to others, then I have lost fair and square. Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian, do you have the confidence to face Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, and Jun Blue Moon?" Hehehe, Xiao Moxian clucked her tongue, playfully saying, "Guess." White King's voice stalled in his throat before helplessly shaking his head. Although he had known Xiao Moxian for some time now, he didn't know just how far she had grown. In his opinion, although Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, and Jun Blue Moon were all formidable existences, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat Xiao Moxian at all. The growth of Xiao Moxian's strength was astronomical. She was someone who would grow stronger just by eating and sleeping, and even her laws would rise to a higher level without her doing anything at all. Just who could compare to the likes of her? It was a pity that Xiao Moxian never seemed to grow up and always had a playful mentality. Otherwise, if she was diligent in training like Han Kai was, then she would be much stronger than she was now. On the arena stage, vast cosmos slowly announced, "Match, begin." In that instant, Dragon Fang moved. His speed was extremely high. To cross the distance between him and Lin Ming, he only needed a tenth of the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As Dragon Fang flew forwards, his figure divided into 4 spatial mirror images. 4 dragon fangs each cut down with the Dragon Fang blade. For a time, every location for Lin Ming to dodge to had been sealed off. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He knew that back on the Divine Seal altar, Dragon Fang already had the ability to transform into 8 spatial mirror images. But now he had only formed 4, it was clear that he was just testing the waters with an exploratory attack. But this tentative attack was also incomparably swift and violent. Compared to several months ago when Dragon Fang had summoned 8 spatial mirror images to defeat Bloodless Sword, the difference was like the heavens and the earth. Those 4 crimson lights shot forwards at incredible speeds, all of them piercing through Lin Ming's body at once. As the sword lights penetrated through Lin Ming's body, they thrust into the ground behind him, causing the ground to shatter. The audience cried out in alarm. They didn't believe that the match would end like this. However, this sense of shock was too strong. Although they had correctly guessed it was an afterimage, Lin Ming's speed was too fast. No one could tell whether it was an afterimage or not. "Your speed has indeed not disappointed me," Dragon Fang said with a dignified tone. Rather, to be more accurate, it was 4 Dragon Fangs speaking up at once. Their expressions were completely identical and they spoke with one voice. As Dragon Fang continued speaking, Lin Ming's afterimages began to slowly fade away. Several 100 million people watched the 4 Dragon Fangs on stage. The young martial artists simply weren't able to tell which ones were fake and which one was real. This was because the 4 Dragon Fangs were spatial mirror images and not illusions. Like a person reflected in the mirror, their movements and expressions were all the same. The eyes of the 4 Dragon Fangs began to transform at the same time. Their pupils condensed, and condensed more until they were the size of needle tips. Their eyes were covered with mysterious patterns and even the blood vessels in the sclera began to bulge. He had opened the 3 lives pupils. As Lin Ming saw these eyes, his expression was also solemn. In this condition, Dragon Fang was at his most terrifying state. "My cultivation is known as the 3 lives pupils," Dragon Fang suddenly said. "This is the strongest secret ability that my honorably master taught me. With the 3 lives pupils activated, I can display my space and time laws to their greatest degree of strength. Now, I will make my attack." Before Dragon Fang made his move, he had actually warned Lin Ming. This was the epitome of his confidence. Of course, this was also to ensure the fairest battle. Only by utilizing their abilities to the limit could they engage in the greatest of showdowns. The entire audience's eyes popped wide open, unblinking, lest they miss any movement at all. Dragon Fang's techniques involved the space and time laws, and Dragon Fang was also a freak who had cultivated both the space and time laws to the 5th level concept. If these 2 laws joined together, it was unknown how strong they would be. Many people were sweating nervously for Lin Ming, because what Lin Ming had exposed so far was only the 5th level concept of the fire laws. At this time, Dragon Fang began to slowly move forwards. His steps were strange, both slow and fast, without a determined direction, as if he were walking through a space maze. The 4 dragon fangs began to slowly separate as they moved forwards, each one dividing into 2, 4 of them dividing into 8. Dragon Fang had created 8 spatial mirror images. The might of 8 spatial mirror images was over 2 times stronger than 4 spatial mirror images. Ca. At this time, a dark grey light shimmered above the blood-red edges of the 8 dragon fang swords. This was the substantialized power of space. Hum hum hum. Space trembled as Dragon Fang attacked. With 8 swords, each one transformed into thousands and tens of thousands of sword lights. For a time, shadows of the Dragon Fang swords filled the air. These sword shadows were not illusions but spatial mirror images. To use space to project sword lights, this was an omnipresent attack. The several hundreds of millions of people in the arena gasped as they saw this. This was tens of thousands of sword lights, blocking off every possible route to dodge. Moreover, each sword light had a faint touch of the time laws. It was simply impossible to judge their trajectory. No matter how quick one was, they could not be avoided. As for defending against them, that was an even greater joke. If these sword lights fused as one, even a mountain made of divine stone would be turned to ash. How could one block this? At this critical moment, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with the heretical god force, releasing it to the limit, even as he opened the 8 inner hidden gates and burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. Facing Dragon Fang as his opponent, he had to go all out. In full bloom, Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. With a resonant dragon roar, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared. Behind Lin Ming, a deep blood-red Prime Emperor Lotus Flower slowly blossomed. Grand mist space exploded outwards, crashing into those endless sword light. Kai 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 kai. As the sword lights pierced into the grand mist space, they violently collided with the elementary grand mist energy. The elementary grand mist energy that was as heavy as a mountain was twisted apart by the sword lights. But at the same time, the sword lights were also destroyed, vanishing into nothing. Grand mist space was a complete offensive, defensive, and suppressive ability. Even though Lin Ming had only obtained a third of the inheritance, it still possessed an incomparably terrifying might. Peng! An explosive force surged outwards. Out of Dragon Fang's tens of thousands of sword lights, over 99% of them collapsed as they entered the grand mist space. As the remaining sword lights rushed around Lin Ming simply swept out his spear. Like the tail whip of a divine dragon, the spear point drew an arc in space, and with a series of explosive sounds, all of those sword lights were crushed to nothing by Lin Ming. All returned to nihility. The countless young geniuses watching this were dumbstruck. Heavens! He can actually defend against that. Under everyone's gaze, that nearly unstoppable shore-kill move was actually broken through by Lin Ming. The all-annihilating Grand Mist Space was indeed one of Lin Ming's strongest techniques. Once he used it, it was hard for anyone of his level to match it. In that instant, Lin Ming suddenly stepped forwards. The Grand Mist Space spread forwards, completely covering Dragon Fang, and Dragon Fang had just attacked, so his old strength was used and he hadn't caught himself yet. His front was wide open. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. His speed rose to the extreme as he hurtled forwards, his spear thrusting outward. Hoo! As the Grand Mist Space enveloped Dragon Fang's strength began rapidly fading from his body. True essence was decomposed by the Grand Mist Space, and even those spatial mirror images began to blur. Lin Ming only needed 1,000th of the blink of an eye to determine which was Dragon Fang's true body. Chasing thunder, a thrust of the spear, a flash of electric light. Lin Ming didn't use a move with a stronger striking power like Virtual Disintegration or Blue Lotus Flame Dance, but the fastest attack in his arsenal, Chasing Thunder. Every fleeting moment of battle was different from one to the next. What he needed now was speed. The speed was so fast that it surpassed the ability of everyone to react. Dragon Fang's eyes flashed with a sharp light as they immediately turned cold. Fantastic, but what a pity. In that moment, the 8 Dragon Fangs combined together. His sword suddenly reversed as he slashed back at an unbelievable angle. Chapter 1298, The Greatest Battle. Chapter 1298, The Greatest Battle. Dragon Fang's attack path was extremely strange. He didn't attack Lin Ming nor did he attack Lin Ming's sword light. What he attacked was the void. As his sword thrust out, a sharp light flashed in Dragon Fang's pupils. In that instant, every circulating flow of energy within the Grand Mist space was reflected in Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils. Power of space. The power of space attached to the Dragon Fang blade suddenly erupted. With a loud cracking sound, several strands of elementary Grand Mist energy were cut apart by Dragon Fang. In that instant, the pressure on Dragon Fang rapidly fell. With a quick movement of his feet, his figure flashed at unimaginable speed. Peng! Dragon Fang broke through the Grand Mist space and flew away. At the same time, Lin Ming's spear struck empty space as it crashed into the ground. The surface stone of the arena stage was shorn off, crushed rubble flew into the skies. Millimeter! He broke through my Grand Mist space. Lin Ming looked at Dragon Fang with surprise in his eyes. In truth, Lin Ming's Grand Mist space was not unbreakable. The closer the Grand Mist space was to Lin Ming, the more intense it was. The further away the Grand Mist space was, the weaker it was. It wasn't strange that Dragon Fang could break free from the shackles of Lin Ming's Grand Mist space with absolute strength. But what Dragon Fang used just now to break through the Grand Mist space was not absolute strength. Rather, he used the 3 lives pupils to see through the circulation of the energy within the Grand Mist space and then cut it apart. That was truly an incredible feat. My Grand Mist space. I'm not fully proficient in it yet. Or, I should say that I haven't completely learned it at all. Lin Ming thought to himself. He didn't believe that the Grand Mist space was inferior to the 3 lives pupils. Even Empyrean Primordius himself was someone who was in no way inferior to a ruthless master like Empyrean Divine Dream. There was no questioning his strength. The transcendent divine might that he created would undoubtedly be terrifyingly powerful. But the problem was that Lin Ming wasn't considered a full descendant of Empyrean Primordius. When he had entered the eternal demon abyss and ventured into the road of Emperor, it was unknown whether Empyrean Primordius was still alive, and all that was left over was some inheritances and ancient relics. At that time, Lin Ming didn't possess the ability to pass Empyrean Primordius's tests. His cultivation was too low and his talent was lacking. It was natural for him to fail. Thus, Lin Ming had only scratched the surface of the Primordius martial intent. On the other hand, Dragon Fang was the sole disciple that 3 lives old man had accepted in 300 million years. With 3 lives old man personally teaching him, there was nothing that wasn't explained. Every cultivation ability was revealed in absolute clarity, and all sorts of precious resources that 3 lives old man had gathered in his life were freely spent on Dragon Fang. There was simply no comparing them. Because of this, it wasn't strange for the 3 lives pupils to see through the Grand Mist space. I can easily pass through your domain. The 3 lives pupils is the king of 10,000 laws. Underneath the gaze of my eyes, there are no laws that can hide. Dragon Fang confidently said, his blood-red sword firmly grasped in his hand. As Lin Ming heard Dragon Fang's words, he faintly smiled. Is that so? Unfortunately, I am also confident in my laws. Why don't we give it a try? Lin Ming's astonishing words left the entire audience stunned for a moment. Dragon Fang had just said that the 3 lives pupils was the king of 10,000 laws. Although many people found this hard to accept, they didn't have the means to question it. After all, the facts were placed in front of them. Whoever fought with Dragon Fang would lose all confidence. If your techniques were broken through, how could you possibly continue fighting? And this Lin Ming actually said he was confident in his laws. It was well known by all that Lin Ming's weakness lay in the laws. Lin Ming had reached large success in the 5th level fire laws, and his thunder laws were slightly worse. Compared to Dragon Fang and Jun Blue Moon, who were exceptionally skilled in the space and time laws and the yin-yang laws, he was a bit lacking. In truth, it wasn't that Lin Ming was weak, but that everyone else was too freakish. It was truly difficult to judge Lin Ming and Dragon Fang's strength. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Ming was a versatile genius skilled in all aspects. Whether it was endurance, defense, laws, striking power, mortal body, soul, will domains, everything he possessed was approaching the highest levels. But that was only approaching the highest levels, not the true peak. This made everyone feel that Lin Ming didn't have a true strength. Although he was skilled in various aspects, he wasn't invincible with them. And Dragon Fang possessed the 3 lives pupils. In the aspect of laws, he was invincible. No one would want to use their laws to fight with Dragon Fang, otherwise they would be seen through. But if a martial artist didn't use their laws, how could they fight? Moreover, Dragon Fang had mind-boggling accomplishments in the space and time laws. If you were to fight with Dragon Fang, and he were to use the laws while you couldn't, wasn't that just standing there waiting to be beaten up? Now, Lin Ming's strongest Grand Mist space was also seen through by Dragon Fang. Many people were fearfully sweating for Lin Ming, feeling that he was in a very bad spot. Is that right? Then let me experience your laws. Dragon Fang gripped his sword and split into 8 forms. The 7 spatial images seemed to emerge from Dragon Fang's body. After his space laws had reached this boundary, he was already able to freely use the spatial mirror images with skill and ease. Lin Ming spun the Phoenix Blood Spear. True essence converged into his inner world as the heretical god tree crazily grew. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. This 100,000-foot-tall divine tree pierced into the heavens. The audience didn't know what sort of transcendent divine might the heretical god force was, but they still had an extremely deep impression of it. When Lin Ming had summoned this heretical god tree, he had used the thunder and fire laws to break through the monster prince's space cage. At the same level, the fire laws had broken through the space laws. What sort of concept was that? It was no minor matter at all. And now, Lin Ming was using this heretical god tree to deal with Dragon Fang. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming thrust his spear out, summoning virtual fire to coat the Phoenix Blood Spear. Purple and red beating flames danced on the spear as it thrust towards Dragon Fang. These were flames that faintly surpassed the heavenly Tao, they were beyond ordinary. Facing these monstrous flames, Dragon Fang's expression didn't change. His needle-like pupils swept over Lin Ming, seeing through all. What? Dragon Fang was startled. He discovered that the path of this virtual fire was only faintly recognizable, and it was extremely difficult to see. Even with the 3 lives pupils, he could feel the heat of the flames burning into him, causing a needle-like pain to stab into his mind. Flames of virtual fire? Lin Ming's fire laws are truly different from an ordinary martial artist's, even his laws are at a higher degree. Even my 3 lives pupils were nearly unable to see through them. However, 3 lives pupils, all existence to void. Dragon Fang had opened all existence to void. On the Divine Seal altar, Dragon Fang had done this once before. All existence to void was a single state of the 3 lives pupils' transcendent divine might. The 3 lives pupils had many different states and they could even be opened in tandem. When one cultivated the 3 lives pupils to the limit and all states were opened together, even the heavenly Tao laws would fall silent. Although Dragon Fang was far from reaching this boundary, just the state of all existence to void was able to increase his ability to see through the laws several times over. I can see it. Within Dragon Fang's field of vision, the energy circulation path of the virtual fire was clearly seen through by him. Break apart. The 8 Dragon Fangs simultaneously slashed their swords. The 8 Dragon Fang blades erupted with a tremendous power of space as all of this energy rushed towards Lin Ming as if it had a mind of its own. The power of space was the sharpest weapon. It was omnipresent, able to cut apart all, and underneath Dragon Fang's control, this power of space completely stabbed into the weakest points of the virtual fire. After these monstrous purple flames were pierced through by this power of space, they suddenly shivered before exploding with a loud bang. Purple flames dimmed as endless purple lights shot out. Lin Ming's virtual disintegration was also broken through. Who? Dragon Fang let out a long and deep breath, a stabbing pain throbbing in his eyes. Even some meridian channels in the corners of his eyes had ruptured and were leaking deep red blood. Even though Dragon Fang was at the late Divine Sea realm, he was still barely able to use all existence to void. Not only did it consume a great deal of true essence and world power, it also created a tremendous burden on his eyes. As long as he activated it, the pressure on his eyes would be unbelievable. The blood vessels in his eyes would blow up over time and even cause him to gradually lose his eyesight. Thus, Dragon Fang was only able to maintain this state for a very short time. Dragon Fang grasped the long sword in his hands. At this time, his eyes were burning with flames, like two suns were contained within them. And all around his eyes, meridian channels bulged upwards, seeming just like sunlight. The current Dragon Fang exuded a savage aura. As he looked at Lin Ming, he grimly said, "Lin Ming, your virtual fire is truly amazing. I now understand that it is a transcendent divine might, otherwise you could never have reached such height." The heretical god force was a transcendent divine might and was more complete than the primordious martial intent. But Lin Ming didn't expect it to be complete. Those transcendent divine mights that were dug up in ancient ruins were often incomplete. It was only that Lin Ming hadn't cultivated it to a high enough boundary, so he was unable to determine whether or not it was complete. Also, practicing the heretical god force was not easy. He needed to constantly absorb divine flames and thunder in the world in order to nourish the constant growth of the heretical god force. Just as it was, the heretical god force's exquisite profoundness in the laws was extremely exaggerated. It wasn't even easy for Dragon Fang to see through it. Dragon Fang said, "You have forced me to open all existence to void, and with that, this battle will approach its finale. This is because in this state, I can only maintain myself for half an incense stick of time." As the 8 Dragon Fangs spoke, they slowly stepped forwards. But as they stepped forwards, another mind-boggling scene occurred. The bodies of the Dragon Fangs split apart once more, each dividing into 2, 8 of them dividing into 16. 16 Dragon Fangs had appeared in front of Lin Ming. What? The entire audience was completely bewildered. Even those holy lords and world kings were utterly shocked. 16 spatial mirror images meant that Dragon Fang had touched upon the 6th level concept of the space laws. Although he had only touched the 6th level concept, he was still many steps away from reaching it. Even so, this accomplishment left one trembling in fear. These juniors are too terrifying. An ordinary half-step holy lord would have reached this level. In terms of the comprehension of laws alone, Dragon Fang has reached the standard of a half-step holy lord. Old, we are far too old. The geniuses of this era have already surpassed our understanding. To touch upon the 6th level concept at just 36 years of age, that was simply unimaginable. The space laws that Dragon Fang practiced were famed for being difficult. This left the heroic young elites present feeling far too inferior. This disparity was too great. The match is over. In this state, I can only attack one final time. But that will be enough. The 16 Dragon Fangs looked towards Lin Ming, all of them indifferently speaking as they raised their Dragon Fang blades. Chapter 1299, Heavenly Tao Judgment. Chapter 1299, Heavenly Tao Judgment. This was Dragon Fang's final strike and also his strongest strike. The joint attack of 8 Dragon Fangs was already so terrifying, and now he had divided into 16 spatial mirror images and had also opened the 3 lives pupil state of all existence to void. The might of this attack could be imagined. On the other hand, even Lin Ming's 5th level concept of fire that was supported by the heretical god tree, virtual disintegration, was broken through by Dragon Fang. Any and all laws would be seen through by Dragon Fang. As long as one attacked Dragon Fang with the laws, then they would be restrained. The impression that others had of the thunder and fire laws was always weaker than the space and time laws. Moreover, Dragon Fang had also opened the 3 lives pupils. As a complete transcendent divine might, and even a peak existence amongst all transcendent divine mights, its power could be imagined. This is my last attack. Prepare yourself. Dragon Fang cautioned Lin Ming once more. This was how confident he was in himself. Facing Dragon Fang's last strike, Lin Ming's face was cold and determined. If he couldn't use the laws, then there was no way he could battle Dragon Fang. With things having come to this step, he only had one final move remaining to him. This was the only law attack that might not be seen through by Dragon Fang. In terms of laws, It was a technique that stood beyond the heavenly Tao. In that instant, energy erupted from Lin Ming's body, rising to the limit. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared once more. This is the divine tree phantom again. Useless. The fire and thunder laws that this divine tree releases are mysterious, but I can still see through them all the same. Dragon Fang was not boasting. The virtual fire of before had already been seen through by him. As the martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan saw Lin Ming about to use the same move for his last strike, all of them were worried for him. The power of thunder and fire. Was this technique still any good? Take my sword, void annihilation. The 16 dragon fangs slashed out with their swords together and 16 sword lights came hurtling out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled, time twisted. The power of this sword strike had reached the peak of any divine sea martial artist. And at the same time, Lin Ming also shot out his spear. The entirety of his will, his battle spirit, his world power, his true essence, his energies, all of it was poured into his spear. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength detonated like a volcano, rapidly climbing up without end. The law fragments that fused into his body during his 9th stage life destruction also activated. Lin Ming's strength grew higher and higher, quickly surpassing Dragon Fang and still climbing. Dragon Fang shouted out loud and all of the sword light gathered into a single beam of light. All of the power of space and time around it was swept up into it. And suddenly, from within Lin Ming's inner world, thunder and fire heavenly tribulation that was absorbed by the heretical god tree began to rush forth, swelling out in infinite waves. In the skies behind Lin Ming, a terrifying boom blasted across the world. The power of endless thunder erupted, turning the skies into a roiling sea of purple thunder. And within that sea of thunder, flames madly howled, concentrating into a river of magma that dashed forward. Thunder, fire. Two wild and violent energies wove together in the sky. This inexhaustible strength caused the world to shudder. Heavenly Tao judgment, thunderfire tribulation. Lin Ming had used his strongest attack, and also the strongest cultivation method he had created. This is deep within vast universe heavenly palace, Empyrean vast universe's eyes popped wide open. The power of heavenly tribulation. This is equivalent to the height of the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming is summoning heavenly tribulation. Even Empyrean divine dreams' appearance changed. A cultivation method equal to the heavenly Tao, that was a transcendent divine might. When an ordinary Empyrean created a transcendent divine might, that would truly reach the level of controlling the heavenly Tao laws to an extent. However, they also needed to cultivate that skill to the highest limits. It was not something that a divine sea martial artist could ever hope to accomplish. This was because when an Empyrean created a transcendent divine might, their cultivation had already reached an exceedingly high boundary. If one wished to thoroughly comprehend and cultivate this transcendent divine might, then that person would need to be at a similar boundary to the one who had created it. For instance, if Dragon Fang wanted to cultivate the 3 lives pupils to its highest degree, then he would need at least an Empyrean cultivation, and because of this, Dragon Fang was only able to display the tiniest portion of the 3 lives pupils' true strength. But Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment was completely different. This ability was established during the Divine Sea Realm, thus he absolutely was able to display its full power during the Divine Sea Realm. This was a cultivation method that belonged to Lin Ming alone, and also the cultivation method that suited him the best. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder roared, flames howled. The entire sky turned into an endless ocean of red and purple. Lin Ming's spear shot towards Dragon Fang. A sharp light flashed in Dragon Fang's eyes. He wanted to use all existence to void to see through this heavenly Tao judgment, but no matter where or how he looked, all he felt was a stabbing pain in his eyes and an endless sea of red and purple roiling before him. It was simply impossible for him to see through the energy composition of this thunder-fire heavenly tribulation. What? Dragon Fang was shocked beyond belief. Even though he had opened all existence to void, he still wasn't able to see through Lin Ming's attack. As he was left dumbstruck, he immediately understood what was happening. It wasn't that heavenly Tao judgment was stronger than his 3 lives pupils, but because the degree to which he had trained in the Three Lives pupils was lacking. These were two different cultivation methods. For example, suppose the height of laws in Three Lives pupils was at 100 and the height of laws for Heavenly Tao judgment was 10. A person who practiced only 1% of the Three Lives pupils cultivation method would be inferior to someone who had cultivated Heavenly Tao judgment to 100%. This was where the disparity lay. Facing the power of heavenly tribulation that stood beyond the Heavenly Tao, Dragon Fang wasn't able to see through it at all. If he couldn't see through these laws, then Dragon Fang could only bet everything he had in a direct frontal collision with Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's original true essence intensity added on to the erupting power of the 8 inner hidden gates had surpassed Dragon Fang, not to mention that he was also utilizing the might of heavenly tribulation. Bang! The spear light and sword struck each other and a wave of wild energy swept through the entire arena stage, lifting off the top layers of stone and leaving nothing behind but the hard timeless godstone foundation beneath. This was a truly apocalyptic scene. Ping! 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 Besides Dragon Fang's true self, the 15 spatial mirror images he created completely exploded. And Dragon Fang himself was also surrounded by endless thunder and fire. He used the Dragon Fang blade to resist Lin Ming's spear light, but his body was still sent flying backwards from the impact. Peng! The space enchantments protecting Dragon Fang exploded apart, one after another. Ka. As the space enchantments collapsed, the power of thunder and fire also melted away. Blood leaked through Dragon Fang's lips and his palms were completely cracked apart. This damage was the result of the tremendous impact force rushing through him. Peng! At that time, Dragon Fang's protective true essence was no longer able to withstand the impact, it also shattered. In this critical moment, Dragon Fang shouted out loud, overdrawing all the strength within his body. He gathered a massive amount of the power of space, causing that spear light to explode. Blood vessels in Dragon Fang's eyes burst open and blood flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back dozens of steps before barely coming to a stop with the Dragon Fang blade supporting him. Dragon Fang looked up, his blood-stained eyes staring at Lin Ming. Flames still flickered around his pupils and it was impossible to see his expression. You can actually create such a technique. Even my Three Lives pupils cannot see through it. As Dragon Fang spoke, more and more blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Lin Ming was astonished. Heavenly Tao judgment could be considered his strongest attack. In a situation where his laws weren't suppressed and its strength had completely covered Dragon Fang had actually been able to persist through it, not even vomiting blood and falling to the ground. This Dragon Fang was strong to the point of being a freak. The reason he could persist until now was because his space laws were far too powerful, whether it was in attack or defense. Otherwise, he would have long been spitting out blood and would have fallen unconscious with severe wounds. But, even if Dragon Fang didn't collapse to the ground, that didn't mean he still had the ability to continue fighting with Lin Ming. Opening the state of all existence to void just then had placed a tremendous burden on his body. At the same time he had overdrawn his potential and completely used up his strength. The flames in his eyes gradually diminished until they fully dissipated away, turning back into ordinary pupils. Even his complexion paled more than usual. He only had 30 to 40% of his true essence remaining. And, what was most important was that the blood vessels in Dragon Fang's eyes had exploded because the burden was too great. He would be unable to open the Three Lives pupils again for some time. This battle had been decided. Dragon Fang's attainments in the laws were extremely high, but he had a weakness, and that was that his endurance was far inferior to Lin Ming's. Moreover, his physical bodily strength and defensive ability were completely flung away by Lin Ming. If Lin Ming were the one to take such damage, then he would have been able to maintain his combat strength and keep fighting. But with Dragon Fang being the one to take so much damage, it was no longer possible for him to continue. I admit defeat. Dragon Fang quietly said as he wiped away the blood from his mouth. As these 3 words spread through the arena, the several 100 million spectators fell into a silent lull. In this battle, Lin Ming, victorious. Dragon Fang, defeated. The results weren't too shocking. After all, Lin Ming was extremely strong and people didn't know who was stronger between him and Dragon Fang. However, the entire fight had been far too shocking. Lin Ming is too strong. I really think he might make the top 3 rankings. I really have no idea what would happen if he were to fight with Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream. What was Lin Ming's final move just now? It's as if I was facing the vastness of the heavens and earth. Many of the martial artists present hadn't experienced heavenly tribulation, but they were all dragons and phoenixes of their generation, outstanding geniuses of their era. They all had a faint sense of understanding towards the heavenly Tao. I'm not too sure, but I also feel the same way. I think that Lin Ming's move was similar to some extreme powerhouses when they use their transcendent divine might. I have no idea if this is his limit. It would be fine if this was it, but if he can continue past this, then that would be too horrifying. Within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream were both silent as they witnessed this victory. After a long period of silence, Empyrean Divine Dream eerily said, "That is an elementary transcendent divine might." Elementary transcendent divine might. Empyrean Vast Universe let out a long breath. He had also been able to see that Lin Ming's transcendent divine might was extremely weak. It could not be compared at all to complete transcendent divine mights created by the likes of Empyrean Divine Dream or 3 Lives Old Man. Even when compared to those eternally incomplete transcendent divine mights created by weaker Empyreans, it was still far inferior. But Lin Ming was only 31 years old. He had far too much time ahead of him as well as a future without limits. As Lin Ming grew, this elementary transcendent divine might would continue to develop and improve again and again until it reached perfection, becoming a truly all-encompassing ability. At that time, the endless variations of laws contained within it would reach incredible heights, and would even be comparable to the divine dream law that Empyrean Divine Dream created or the primordious martial intent that Empyrean Primordius created. Chapter 1300, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Art. Chapter 1300, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Art. Dragon Fang put away his sword. He deeply looked at Lin Ming, saying, "I have convincingly lost this battle, but next time I shall be the victor." Lin Ming replied, "I've heard those words far too many times before, but up until now, no one has ever managed to fulfill them." As Lin Ming spoke, the entire audience was secretly dumbfounded. These words were a bit too arrogant. Dragon Fang is crazy, but Lin Ming is even crazier. You're wrong. It isn't that they are arrogant, but only a truthful reflection of their history. When we listen to it, it seems exaggerated, thus we think they are arrogant, but in truth the two of them have similar personalities. They are both characters that will patiently wait, but when they attack, what they do will often be fatal. Dragon Fang didn't answer again. He only turned around and left the stage. Lin Ming looked at his back as he departed. He was well aware that Dragon Fang's potential far surpassed that of any genius he had ever defeated before. Dragon Fang had just opened the 3 Lives pupils and his strength was just at the beginning of the period where it would rapidly rise. He hadn't had time to fully realize his potential yet. In the future, he would inevitably become an extreme character of the divine realm. Of course, even though Lin Ming believed that Dragon Fang would rapidly grow, he himself would also quickly grow. On the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps, he had comprehended the concept of the 33 heavens. This was a concept that no one else possessed. Lin Ming, in this battle you nearly used everything at your disposal, but there are still several unfathomable geniuses waiting for you. If you fight them, victory won't come easily. Mo Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. Originally, Mo Eversnow didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to rise into the top 3 rankings, but afterwards Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed her calculations. Even so, at the same time, the strength of Lin Ming's opponents also exceeded her anticipation. Now, facing the 1 or 2 peak characters of the Divine Seal 10 children, Lin Ming still didn't have confidence he could win. Dragon Fang is strong. If I didn't use Heavenly Tao Judgment, then I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Ever since Lin Ming joined the first martial meeting, this was the first time he had used Heavenly Tao Judgment under the public gaze. It was simply impossible for him to continue holding back. I wonder just who my next opponent will be. I shouldn't face Xiao Moxian, Hang Kai, or Frost Dream yet, but Jun Blue Moon might be a possibility. Of the Divine Seal 10 children, after deducting Shiku and Hua Xian, it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker amongst the several top characters. They would only be able to find out after fighting. If he really had to fight Jun Blue Moon, then Lin Ming would need to give it his everything. Jun Blue Moon's 64 8 trigrams sword, where he fused together all of that strength, was far too terrifying. The second match of the second round, Xiao Moxian against Lord Monster. The name that the Monster Prince signed up with was Lord Monster, thus Vast Cosmos deferred to the registered name to announce the match. The original intent behind Lord Monster was to imply a lord of all monsters, in other words a monster empyrean. Luckily, the Monster Prince had the vigorous bloodline of his race. Even after being brutally beaten up by Lin Ming, he only needed several hours and some valuable medicines to restore himself to peak condition where he was bursting with energy. His figure flashed as he seemed to teleport on stage. And in front of him, countless black feathers emerged from thin air. A halo of dim light shimmered and Xiao Moxian appeared in the arena like a dark fairy. This beautiful entrance scene left the audience mesmerized and crying out in acclaim. Xiao Moxian was the dream lover of far too many heroic young elites. Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian were the two unquestionable goddesses of the divine realm. Frost Dream was mysterious and holy while Xiao Moxian was cute and lovable. There were countless young elites that yearned for them from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Xiao Moxian possessed the Dark Phoenix bloodline, the true bloodline of a Dark Phoenix. If one could obtain her primordial yin, then the benefits would be unimaginable. Not only could someone greatly improve their physique, but their talent would rise to new levels. Moreover, they could directly engrave runes of the dark fire laws into their body. In the future, even if they were eating or sleeping, their strength would still be rising. Who would not desire such benefits? Not just that, but Xiao Moxian herself was as beautiful as an immortal fairy and her grandfather was Empyrean Demon Dawn. If one could marry Xiao Moxian, then they could ascend to heaven in a single step. The Monster Prince laughed. Xiao Moxian, you are truly a beauty. Let me tell you something. The reason that someone like me would join such a boring first martial meeting is all in order to see you. I have admired you for a long time. As the Monster Prince spoke, the many young elites in the audience suddenly widened their eyes. The Monster Prince's face was really thicker than the walls of a city. If he had won all of his matches and then called this first martial meeting boring, then no one would have said anything. But he had been beaten up so badly by Lin Ming that not even his mother would recognize him, and yet he still dared to say that the first martial meeting was boring? This was simply the same as him stretching his face out and saying, "I am cheap, slap me, slap me." This idiot. I have never heard anyone so stupid before in my life. To be honest, if I were him, I would find myself hard-pressed to do anything after being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming. Even standing on stage right now is a type of courage. I have to say I admire how thick his skin is. Don't try to use your own logic upon those from the monster race or you'll go crazy. For them, the strong win and the weak lose. All they care about is the law of the jungle. Anything they do is based on their own whims. To them, the concept of face doesn't exist at all. The audience noisily discussed. No matter how arrogant one was or how thick their face was, they would still lose in this regard to the Monster Prince. Xiao Moxian tapped her chin as she looked at the Monster Prince with interest in her eyes. Her expression was just like a little imp looking at their favorite toy. Are you saying that I should be honored? Haha, far from that. I am only hoping that you can understand the depth of my feelings towards you within my heart. You are also considered a part of our monster race. If you continue mixing with these riffraff humans all the time, then that will dilute your bloodline and cause your future descendants to become increasingly weak. Rather, wouldn't it be better to return to the monster race with me? In the future, once I become the Monster Emperor, you will be the Empress. Fuck off. In the audience, someone had already stormed away in a rage. I can't stand this. Gods, please save me. Someone hurry up and sweep this idiot away. The monster prince had actually dared to proposition Xiao Moxian and wanted to marry her and bring her back to the monster race. In front of everyone, he was actually trying to dig in their corner. This fellow was simply out of his mind. And, most importantly, he actually dared to say such things after being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming. All the young elites present felt as if they were going to collapse from second-hand embarrassment. As Xiao Moxian heard that the monster prince wanted to marry her, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she teasingly smiled and said, "Okay. But, my future husband has to be able to defeat me. Moreover, he has to be the top genius of the divine realm. If you defeat me, then I will marry you. However, if you lose to me, will you be my slave for life?" This Xiao Moxian was not easy to deal with. To lose was to be her slave. Who would agree to that? Even if the monster prince was beyond arrogant, he still wasn't dumb enough to agree to something like that. His voice turned gloomy as he said, "My royal bloodline has yet to awaken. But once it does, my cultivation will rise 10,000 miles every day. My current achievements do not represent my future limits. One day, I will become the strongest monster emperor that our monster race has ever seen. Hehe, then I'll wait for you. But now, how about you withstand 3 of my strikes before you continue speaking?" As Xiao Moxian spoke, she suddenly attacked. With a resonant phoenix cry, a massive dark phoenix phantom appeared behind Xiao Moxian. Black feathers, black flames, soaring into the sky. At that moment, a vast and hallowed aura covered the entire martial field. What an amazing phoenix race aura. Even my bloodline is resonating with it. Lin Ming was surprised. He could feel a burning heat on his forehead. The ancient phoenix mark on his forehead began to shimmer, beating in tandem with that sublime aura. Both of their bloodlines came from a similar origin, but in terms of bloodline density, Lin Ming was far from being able to compare with Xiao Moxian. This caused the bloodline within his body to be suppressed by Xiao Moxian. And this was occurring to Lin Ming even though he had absorbed a massive amount of ancient phoenix blood essence. The other powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan were likely feeling an even greater suppression. Facing Xiao Moxian in such a state, the monster prince didn't dare to hold back. In truth, he was well aware that he wasn't Xiao Moxian's match. The desolate halberd in his hand thrust out. The power of space revolved. "Rule the world. Catcher." The power of space came shrouding down. The monster prince wanted to use the power of space to bind that dark phoenix, but the difference in strength was far too great. The dark phoenix spread its wings, ripping apart all of the surrounding power of space. Halberd shattering the universe. The monster prince thrust out his halberd once more. Xiao Moxian chuckled as she took out a thin black whip from her spatial ring. This whip was 30 feet long and was completely pitch black all over, without a single hint of luster, as if all light was absorbed by it. Dragon Tendon Whip. In the honored seating area, an old man couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Many weapons were crowned with the title of dragon, for instance, Dragon Tendon Whip and Dragon Hair Whip. But, those were only exaggerated examples to highlight the strength of the whip, they weren't truly related to a dragon. But Xiao Moxian's whip was an exception. It was truly crafted and refined from a dragon tendon. It was naturally indestructible, and after being struck by this whip, not only could it easily break through one's true essence, but the force would pass through one's bones, even injuring their soul. This was a truly terrifying weapon. Ping! The dragon tendon whip struck the monster prince's desolate halberd. The whip bypassed the halberd shaft and slashed towards the monster prince. The monster prince was shocked. His entire body erupted with energy as he hastily withdrew. However, this whip was like a viper. It chased straight after him at an unimaginable speed, instantly reaching the front of the monster prince. Ha! The monster prince shouted out loud. He wanted to use his halberd to defend himself, but it was too late. Xiao Moxian's figure flashed. She pumped her thin arms and the long whip in her hand instantly tore through the monster prince's protective true essence and struck his body. Puff! The whip tail slashed across the monster prince's shoulder, causing blood to rain down. To the monster race, this level of injury wasn't anything at all. However, Xiao Moxian devilishly smiled. She reversed her true essence and the whip wrapped around the monster prince as if it had a mind of its own. Heaven swallowing demon art. In that moment, 400 of miles around, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy gathered towards Xiao Moxian. From the monster prince's body, his true essence, blood vitality, and even the law fragments embedded within him were sucked towards Xiao Moxian by the heaven-swallowing demon art, rolling towards her like a storm. As these energies gathered within Xiao Moxian's body, the monster prince was suddenly horrified. What? He felt his strength rapidly fading away. This was not a temporary fading, but a permanent loss. Xiao Moxian was sucking up all his true essence and world power. This heaven-swallowing demon art was the transcendent divine might created by Empyrean demon dawn. It could permanently absorb an opponent's true essence for herself, and it could even reduce an opponent's cultivation, all of this permanent. Everyone thought that Xiao Moxian was a cute and lovable young woman, but they forgot that she was also the granddaughter of Empyrean demon dawn. She was a true sorceress. The monster prince had dared to offend Xiao Moxian with his words, and now this was his fate. Chapter 1301, Hang Kai. Chapter 1301, Hang Kai. Little witch, you dare. As the two world kings from the monster race heard the monster prince scream in pain, it was only then that they realized what was happening. They simply didn't recognize the heaven-absorbing demon art from the start. The two world kings moved at the same time. But at this moment, vast Cosmos's figure flashed as he arrived between them and Xiao Moxian. With a wave of his sleeves, the two monster race world kings were swept away by a surge of wind. At the same time, vast Cosmos turned around and struck out his palm. A fierce and strong palm wind shut down the energy connection between Xiao Moxian and the monster prince. As the referee of this match, he naturally couldn't sit around idly and allow this sort of matter to continue. Xiao Moxian absorbing the monster prince's energy and blood vitality was simply going too far. Shoo. The dragon tendon whip instantly withdrew. With a loud thud, the monster prince fell to the ground. Xiao Moxian fluttered backwards like a black butterfly, lightly landing on the ground. She looked at the pale monster prince and a diabolical smile bloomed on her beautiful face, revealing a pair of cute white canines. As the audience saw this, all of the martial artists felt a chill crawl down their spines. This Xiao Moxian was definitely not easy to deal with. She was sufficiently cruel in her actions. Just because the monster prince had harassed her with some words, she used the heaven-absorbing demon art to deal with him. Moreover, from the very start, there wasn't the least bit of anger or killing intent coming from Xiao Moxian. All she did was smile as if this were all an enjoyable little game to her. Even some heroic young elites who took Xiao Moxian as their heart's love shrank their necks backwards. They began to wonder whether or not their cheap lives were enough for Xiao Moxian to toss about like that. Without sufficient ability, if anyone dared to provoke this sorceress, then they would have no idea how they would die. You little witch, you. The two monster race world kings fumed with anger. What did I do wrong? Xiao Moxian coquettishly blinked her large black eyes, her face one of pure innocence. What did you do wrong? You know just what good deeds you have committed. This matter will absolutely not end like this. The two monster race world kings had already examined the monster prince. He had lost 15% of his total true essence in that attack just now. This was permanent loss. Even his inner world and the laws he had comprehended had been swallowed up by the heaven-absorbing demon art. If he were to make up for this loss, it would take 1 or 2 years of hard work and effort. This loss was far too great for a genius. It would delay their growth. Xiao Moxian pointed at the pale-faced and nearly unconscious monster prince. She began to speak as if she were the one being wronged. How can you blame me for this? Didn't you hear him brag about how fierce he was just now? He said he was more powerful than the top master in the divine realm and he would become the monster emperor in the future. Moreover, he even refers to himself as Lord Monster, an Empyrean of the monster race. I'm just a weak little girl. I was very nervous going on stage. I was scared that I wouldn't be able to beat him, so I had to go all out. My most powerful move is the heaven-absorbing demon art, and I thought that someone like him would be able to easily block it, but who knew that this would be the result? Xiao Moxian shrugged, Her cute mouth curved upwards. Her night-black eyes seemed to speak the truth, appearing innocent to the extreme. Just looking at her made one feel as if she was really telling the truth, and that because she was far too naive to the world she hadn't been able to determine the monster prince's true strength, thus her attacks had been too heavy-handed. The two monster race world kings almost choked on themselves as they heard Xiao Moxian's explanation. As for the heroic young elites present, they were dazed for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Although they were all aware that this Xiao Moxian was a cruel and ruthless little witch, her cute appearance and coy words combined with her movements made everyone feel she was extremely lovable. Even Fairy Frost Dream was smiling. This Xiao Moxian was absolutely a little imp who loved to court disaster. But with Empyrean Demon Dawn standing behind her, no one would dare to move against her no matter what she did. Very well, this old man doesn't care whether what you say is true or false. Now hurry up and return the true essence you stole from our young master. One of the two world kings roared. I can't give it back. Xiao Moxian shook her head. I also want to return it, but I just don't have that ability. Once I absorb someone's energy, it will press into a specific location of my inner world and become my own demonic energy that others cannot use. The heaven-absorbing demon art could swallow the cultivation of others in order to strengthen oneself. But it couldn't increase one's power infinitely. Within the inner world of a martial artist that cultivated the heaven-absorbing demon art, their world power was separated from the world power of others. This was to ensure stability in their foundation. The two world kings found it hard to give up like this. But at this time, vast cosmos's icy cold true essence sound transmission echoed in their ears. I advise you both to stop where you are. Xiao Moxian's grandfather, Empyrean Demon Dawn, is also watching everything that is happening from deep within vast universe Heavenly Palace. That senior has a fickle temperament that can change at a whim, and the number of people he has killed is countless. As for whatever war between humans and the monsters, you can simply forget about trying to use something like that to scare him, because he doesn't care at all. If you both wish to return alive, then you had best know when to give up. Vast Cosmos's words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the two world kings, immediately sobering them. They were used to being arrogant, but today they had really kicked a wall. This Xiao Moxian's background was extremely tough. That monster is nothing but an idiot, nothing but a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He needs to tuck his tail between his legs and scurry back to where he came from. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. First Lin Ming beat that idiot to a pulp and now Xiao Moxian has sucked away his strength. This feels too great. All of the young heroic elites were ecstatic. They were long sick of seeing this monster prince. Since the first martial meeting finals started, this was the most enjoyable battle by far. Xiao Moxian's strength is terrifying. During this battle, what Lin Ming cared about was not how Xiao Moxian happily ruined the monster prince, but how strong she was. The heaven-absorbing demon art that Xiao Moxian had used had the ability to absorb the monster prince's true essence and blood vitality. That was already terrifying enough, but the true strength of the heaven-absorbing demon art was clearly not limited to this alone. The absorbed strength was not wasted, but stored in a certain part of Xian Moxian's body. It was likely that this strength could be used. It might even be able to be used to directly attack an opponent. That would probably be the strongest attack of the heaven-absorbing demon art. Then, the third match of the second round began. Jun Blue Moon against Hua Xian. This was a match without tension. Hua Xian simply came up on stage and admitted defeat. The fourth match, White King against Frost Dream. White King didn't hesitate either. He also came up and admitted defeat. The two matches had far too great a disparity. There wasn't really any reason to write. The audience members that wanted to see Frost Dream fight were disappointed. Before this, Frost Dream had never met a worthy opponent, thus she hadn't revealed any of her strength. No one in the audience knew what Frost Dream's laws were or what techniques she used. Even though Jun Blue Moon and Lin Ming also gave off an unfathomable feeling, at least their general abilities were known. Those that hoped that White King would be able to force Frost Dream to display some of her abilities were disappointed. The battle didn't even occur. This White King's luck is really poor. Mo Eversnow commented from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This should have been the year that vast universe Heavenly Palace was able to blossom into wondrous glory. Vast universe Heavenly Palace wasn't considered to be amongst the top Empyrean influences, and it was extremely difficult for them to produce a genius like White King. The reason that Empyrean Vast Universe stepped forwards to help conduct the first martial meeting was likely because he thought his Heavenly Palace could obtain the limelight. But now, far too many geniuses had appeared. Every time White King went on stage he would lose. Moreover, it was likely that he would continue losing. Chances were he would even lose to the Monster Prince. After losing so much on his own home grounds, even though White King had a good mentality and a positive outlook, he would likely feel somewhat embarrassed. The second round, last match, Han Kai against Sheku. This Sheku was a man of much character. He wasn't willing to admit defeat. Han Kai. Everyone says you are strong, but I believe that I am also strong. Admitting defeat without fighting it out isn't my style at all. Sheku extracted his staff and aimed it towards Han Kai. Han Kai's 10 fingers and 2 palms were touching in prayer. He respectfully bowed and slowly said, "Benefactor must be joking. Although Mount Potala's inheritance is deep, my skeletal age is less than 40 years. The amount I have learned is still limited." As Han Kai said this, many people in the audience also felt this was true. Mount Potala had inheritances gathered over 3.6 billion years, and the number of cultivation methods and rare techniques had long been countless. However, having many cultivation methods didn't mean that one's descendants would be strong. Even though there were endless cultivation methods to choose from, one would still only choose a few. Where would they have the time to study more? Han Kai said, "Mount Potala possesses 6 transcendent divine mights and 108 extraordinary skills. I began studying martial arts when I was 6 years old, but my martial talent is low and I am dull-minded. Until now, I've only learnt a tiny bit of a transcendent divine might, and of the 108 extraordinary skills, I have only practiced 2 to a barely adequate level: backboxing fist and leopard climbing the wall." As Han Kai said these words, Sheku was a bit dumbfounded. Even the audience was left speechless. The names of these cultivation methods were too basic. No matter how one listened to it, it seemed like the most low-level martial arts of the mortal world. It didn't seem at all similar to the mainstream cultivation methods of the divine realm. For instance, hearing about Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art or Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils, they had extremely domineering and mysterious names, as if they were packed with world-shaking powers. Compared to them, backboxing fist seemed as if it would fall apart at any moment. Backboxing fist? Good. Then let me experience it. As Sheku spoke, he immediately attacked, instantly opening all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates and combining that with earth laws, bringing about his peak combat state. Facing Han Kai, he simply didn't dare to underestimate him. Facing the menacing threat of Sheku, Han Kai unfolded his arms as his entire body emitted crackling sounds. Universe Staff. Sheku smashed out with his staff as the phantom of a dragon turtle appeared behind him. But facing this staff, Han Kai only used his bare hands. His moves were electric, not giving enough time for anyone to react. His hand simply grabbed Sheku's staff and spun it around. Although this move seemed simple and plain, it actually touched upon one of the staff's greatest weaknesses. This staff was pushed away by Han Kai. What? Sheku was shocked. But before he could respond, Han Kai had already punched out a fist, smashing into Sheku's protective earth essence barrier. Ka. Sheku's earth essence barrier began to crack apart after a single fist from Han Kai. Sheku began to panic and fear at the same time. The way his battle unfolded with Han Kai had completely surpassed his imagination. Sheku swept out his staff towards Han Kai's waist, but Han Kai suddenly floated away like a piece of cotton, as if he were blown away by the wind around Sheku's staff. He moved like ghosts and gods as he appeared right behind Sheku, his fist pounding out once more. Peng! Sheku's protective earth essence barrier completely shattered. Then, one of Han Kai's fingers gently poked a spot on Sheku's back. This single poke caused Sheku's entire body to go numb. Even the staff in his hands fell to the ground. "You let me win." Han Kai's figure flashed and he returned to the point where he stood at the start, as if he had never moved to begin with. Chapter 1302, Lin Ming vs. Xiao Moxian. Chapter 1302, Lin Ming vs. Xiao Moxian. Han Kai, victory. Vast cosmos loudly announced. Even so, the audience still hadn't recovered from their shock. Han Kai hadn't used any laws from the start to the end. He hadn't even used any true essence. It was hard to imagine how he had defeated Shaku. This Han Kai, did he rely on just his movements to win? Lin Ming felt this was unbelievable. Han Kai's actions attacked the weakest point of Shaku's martial skill. He had used a simple attack to overcome him, not wasting a single ounce of strength or even using his laws. It was simply incredible. And Han Kai had done all of this easily. The reason he had been able to easily expose his opponent's flaws and counter was all because of his movement skill, leopard climbing the wall. In the legends, the agile leopards could fall down from an extremely high pagoda and not die. Han Kai's movement technique was known as leopard climbing the wall. Although this sounded very low class, the truth was that it was simple and straightforward. It was a movement technique that utilized the simplest and most direct movements to the greatest effect. An unrivaled movement technique in truth did not need some magnificent name to prove itself. This leopard climbing the wall was even superior to Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void. I wonder which senior from Mount Potala created this set of martial arts and gave it such a casual name, Lin Ming wondered as he sighed with emotion. At this time, Mo Eversnow suddenly responded, the disciples of Mount Potala consider themselves austere ascetics. The seniors of Mount Potala spend their entire lives diligently praying and cultivating, studying Buddhist texts and cultivation methods. Each and every one of them is considered a martial arts grandmaster, and after creating a set of martial arts, they simply do not care too much about the name, only coming up with something on their whims. This is how the martial artists of Mount Potala pursue their road of martial arts. Even if the martial arts they create are brought to fame by their descendants, they wouldn't care about this at all. Most of them don't even leave behind their names on the cultivation method jade slips. I see, no wonder why Mount Potala has managed to continue on for such a long time. They are a low-key sect and their background is so deep. Even the martial artists in their sects spend all their efforts cultivating without caring for external conflicts. Who would dare to provoke such an influence? Lin Ming suddenly realized. A vicious and crazy sect who wildly provoked others could arouse fear, but after a long time passed they could also fade away. In this world, there would always be another influence that was even more ruthless. But, a low-profile sect like Mount Potala never provoked others and was also strong themselves. This type of sect was the most likely to last. Han Kai is also a terrifying opponent, and he didn't even use laws in his moves just now. I wonder what level his laws have reached. Lin Ming thought to himself. If he were to fight Han Kai, he simply couldn't say what the results would be. At this time, the second round of the finals came to an end. Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage, loudly proclaiming, "The second round has come to an end, and now we shall give special notice to the first match of the third round. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace has specifically opened up a separate gambling bet for this match. Everyone may place bets, and these bets will not affect the previous bets placed." As Vast Cosmos spoke, everyone in the audience was suddenly excited. If this was a match worth opening up a separate bet for, then it was naturally going to be a battle of heavyweights. The match for the separate bet is Lin Ming against Xiao Moxian. As Vast Cosmos said this, the entire audience was stirred up in a frenzy. This match was truly worth looking forwards to. Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. One was the #1 genius girl of the divine realm. Her cultivation methods were cruel and callous, and she was a sorceress capable of eating someone up without leaving behind any bones. As for the other, he had a mysterious history. Since the first martial meeting began, he had yet to be defeated. No matter how strong his opponents were, he rose to the challenge to strike them down. Especially in the last battle. After defeating Dragon Fang and his 3 lives pupils, his fame had risen to unprecedented heights. The two of them exuded an unfathomable and invincible aura. But if one invincible person were to fight another invincible person, there would inevitably be someone that died. As Lin Ming heard vast cosmos's words, he turned to glance at Xiao Moxian. He just happened to meet Xiao Moxian's own gaze. She playfully smiled at him. I didn't think I would need to fight Xiao Moxian so soon. I thought my next match would be Jun Blue Moon. In the third round, he would have to fight one of the top 3 seeded players. This battle was basically a battle for the top 3. Vast Cosmos said, the odds for this match have been set. Xiao Moxian's victory has a 1-to-1/4 compensation rate. Lin Ming's victory has a 1-to-2/9 compensation rate. Gambling on the outcome of an unknown battle was extremely electrifying. Moreover, the compensation rates that Vast Universe Heavenly Palace put out were very fair. If one were to bet 100 million violet sunstones on Xiao Moxian and another 50 million on Lin Ming, then no matter who won, the losses wouldn't be too great. This naturally motivated people to bet even more. From the compensation rates, it seems that Vast Universe Heavenly Palace favors Xiao Moxian's victory more. However, even if Lin Ming loses, he still might be able to rank in the top 4. It seems more likely that Xiao Moxian will win, but Lin Ming cannot be underestimated either. No matter who he fought, he still won. He might be able to score an upset against Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both undefeated. Of course, if one had to choose sides, Xiao Moxian seemed the superior choice. She was the granddaughter of Empyrean Demon Dawn and her mother was a true god-beast. The descendant of a person and a god-beast was an existence that might not be seen even in 100 million years. It could be called a miracle of life. Hee. Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian chuckled at Lin Ming, taking the initiative to greet him. I hope you'll show me some mercy on stage. Xiao Moxian playfully smiled. Lin Ming also laughed. I would also like to show you mercy, but I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to do so. Haha, I know you still have some cards you haven't used. Why don't you give me a little clue? Hearing Xiao Moxian's words, Lin Ming was left a tad speechless. She actually directly asked someone else what cards they still had hidden. I have almost nothing left. Dragon Fang was very strong. It was impossible for me to hold back against him. How stingy. I knew that you weren't going to say anything. Xiao Moxian rolled her eyes before swiveling around. After having this conversation, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Lin Ming, how confident are you in this battle? Mo Eversnow asked from within his spiritual sea. I have no idea. There is no way I can estimate the limit of Xiao Moxian's strength. She is at the Middle Divine Sea Realm and I am at the Middle Divine Sea Realm. If I lose to her, then I have truly lost. There is no excuse or reason to give. Growing up until now, this was the first time that Lin Ming hadn't had full confidence in being able to defeat someone that was at his cultivation level. Moreover, Xiao Moxian was even younger than Lin Ming by a great deal, so her talent could be seen from this alone. Don't look down on yourself. Xiao Moxian has had a much better environment to grow up in. She was born in one of the greatest influences within the divine realm and her talent is truly too formidable. As for you, you wasted an immense time with your life starting at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. For instance, at 15 years of age, most Empyrean descendants would have been exploring the divine realm. They would have already reached the Xiantian realm, perceived the laws, and even trained in transcendent divine mights. As for you, you had to diligently train in the 7 profound martial house as a student, and your growth afterwards was filled with countless trials and tribulations. You obtained the Nirvana Dragon Root at the Demon God Imperial Palace by risking your life to struggle with Shen Wuji and the others who were countless times stronger than you at the time. But even so, to these Empyrean descendants, a medicine of the level of a Nirvana Dragon Root is nothing but a joke. You spent a great deal of wealth to purchase the Boundless World pill, but to Xiao Moxian and the others, that is merely a common pill. Mo Eversnow's words defined how difficult it was for a common martial artist or a martial artist from the lower realms. For any one of them to grow to the degree at which they could battle an Empyrean descendant was already a miracle. This sort of probability was so negligibly low that it could basically be ignored. Only by adding the incalculable number of lives in the divine realm and lower realms combined together could such a singularity appear. Miss Mo, the tribulations I experienced in the lower realms, they may have been difficult and I may have wasted a great deal of time there, but they are still a precious wealth of mine. If I didn't begin in the lower realms, then I would never have obtained the magic cube, I wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of Empyrean Primordius, nor would I have been able to temper my will. A person's destiny, their karma, all of their causes and effects cannot be forced or faked. If I didn't originate from the lower realms and was born into an Empyrean influence of the divine realm, then my current achievements would have been far from what they are now. I would only be an Empyrean descendant, someone similar to Hua Xian, and even that might have been exceptional. Lin Ming's words were his philosophy of living. Mo Eversnow also nodded. You're right. As long as you can maintain your path, then you can definitely create an even greater miracle. Especially now that you have comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens. In the future, there is a slim hope that just maybe you will be able to reach the boundary of Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Seal. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine just what the world was like 3.6 billion years ago, but he knew that Empyrean Divine Seal was the most terrifying Empyrean that he knew of, even more horrifying than Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Primordius. He might have even surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean altogether. Of course, these matters were still too distant for Lin Ming, there was no need to think of them. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, preparing himself for the upcoming match. The noise of the audience and their discussions could not affect him at all. 1 hour later, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. The time for his decisive battle had arrived. Many high-level figures of the divine realm were paying attention to this match. Even Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, and Empyrean Demon Dawn were the same. The audience was even more zealous. Before this, a massive number of people in the audience joined in on the gambling bet between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. With several 100 million people present, even if only 10% of them participated and each person only bet 10 billion or so, that was still hundreds of thousands of trillions of wealth. That was hundreds of thousands of 9 sun jades. And to the disciples of these great sects, 10 billion was nothing at all. This massive gambling bet was something that only an Empyrean-level influence was able to handle. There was no smaller influence that would dare to host this sort of bet, because if they lost, then they would really be finished. Lin Ming stepped onto the arena stage, grasping the Phoenix Blood Spear. Xiao Moxian stood 1,000 feet across from him. Xiao Moxian playfully smiled as before. No one knew what cards she had hidden or what the limit of her strength was. She seemed completely confident in her abilities. Match, begin. Chapter 1303, Clash of Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 1303, Clash of Dragon and Phoenix. On the arena stage, the auras of the two people were extremely powerful. On one side was Lin Ming, his aura swift and fierce, piercing through all. On the other side was Xiao Moxian, her aura like a blazing inferno, scorching down the skies. At this time, Xiao Moxian suddenly attacked. She slashed her whip, and with a howling sound, the space around her seemed to be cut down. Even if a mountain were placed in front of her, that mountain would be shattered by her whip. A soft whip was an extremely difficult weapon to create and also an extremely difficult type of weapon to train in. However, once one mastered it, its trajectory was easily changeable and very difficult to defend against. Lin Ming swept out his spear. A swift and powerful spear light met this whip, and with a crackling explosion, the whip light and spear light struck each other, producing a sound like rolling thunder. Within Xiao Moxian's pupils, black flames suddenly shimmered. Her entire body was enveloped in roiling black flames as her speed rose to a dramatic new level. A dark phoenix was a divine bird of the skies. Its speed was not any worse than a golden-winged roc's. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Moxian happily chuckled. When I have fought other juniors of my generation, none of them have been able to keep up with my speed. If you can't keep up with me, there's no way for you to fight me. Xiao Moxian's voice was like the clarion cry of a phoenix. As she spoke, she pumped her whip at Lin Ming. This whip transformed into 10,000 whip shadows in the air, filling the skies, completely covering Lin Ming. Whether it was in attack speed or her movement speed, Xiao Moxian was unparalleled. She could only be called a young girl that was blessed by the heavens themselves. In the aspect of talent, no one was able to keep up with her. Golden rock shattering the void. Mystic lightning shade. Lin Ming revolved two movement techniques at the same time. Even as he did so, he also opened the gate of wonder, erupting with his highest level of speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ming instantly avoided hundreds of whip shadows. His speed was extremely fast, forming dozens of afterimages as he soared through the air. However, there were simply far too many whip shadows and they were far too fast. Just as his afterimages formed, they were nearly instantly slashed apart by these whip shadows, turning into nothing. Even if Lin Ming's movements were nimble and agile and he was able to avoid more and more whip shadows, he was eventually being corralled into a dead end. Lin Ming's movement martial skills are too low level. In the honored seating section, an old world king suddenly spoke out. At their cultivation, besides judging transcendent divine mights, they could determine how weak or strong other cultivation methods were. That is a problem of inheritance. Lin Ming's background has placed tremendous limits on him. Otherwise, having an Empyrean-level movement technique is the most basic foundation of all. Golden rock shattering the void and mystic lightning shade were not martial skills created by an Empyrean. Within the lower realms, these skills were certainly enough to shock and awe everyone, but in the divine realm, these skills seemed quite shabby when compared to those of geniuses from Empyrean influences. If it weren't for Lin Ming supporting everything with the Gate of Wonder and forcefully upping his movement speed, then these whip shadows might have immediately defeated him. I'll force you into a dead end and see just what you'll do then. Xiao Moxian grinned. At this moment, Lin Ming was covered with endless whip shadows with nowhere else to go. Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, Grand Mist Space. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an azure dragon suddenly appeared and a blood-red lotus slowly bloomed. The vast and boundless Grand Mist Space erupted, surging outwards, swallowing up all the whip shadows. Pa 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 pa. A terrifying explosive sound filled the air. Many of the whip shadows that were swallowed up by the Grand Mist Space blew up. However, Xiao Moxian's attacks were too violent and fierce. A great deal of origin energy still penetrated through the Grand Mist Space and drilled through Lin Ming's protective true essence. With a crackling sound, Lin Ming's protective true essence issued a series of bursting sounds. Power broke into his body, causing wanton chaos. Gate of View. Lin Ming opened the Gate of View and simultaneously activated the power of the Dragon Bone. His defensive abilities suddenly rose to a dramatic new level. Never-ending world power erupted from Lin Ming's inner world, forcefully suppressing the chaotic true essence within him. Who dash? Lin Ming fell onto the arena, his face flushed red as blood tumbled in his body. Xiao Moxian's speed was indeed terrifying. Her attacks were tricky and swift, just like a deadly viper. Hey! You blocked it. Xiao Moxian's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. Your domain is really amazing. It was actually able to swallow up my attacks. It seems that my striking power was insufficient just now. But that was only once. Now I will be serious. I advise you to show me your complete strength, otherwise you're going to lose in an extremely ugly fashion. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she spread out her arms. In that instant, for several hundred miles all around, all of the power of fire gathered to her, forming a massive origin energy vortex. Her aura climbed up without stopping, and behind her the shade of a dark phoenix began to gradually form. This didn't look like a phantom, but was vivid and real, just like a true dark phoenix. As this dark phoenix appeared, the pressure of a god-beast fell onto the entire audience. The dark phoenix faced the heavens and released a long cry. Its voice pierced through the clouds and cracked apart mountains. Suddenly, behind Xiao Moxian, a pair of voluminous black wings stretched out. These wings were large, expanding 15 feet out in each direction. Combined together, they could easily wrap around Xiao Moxian's small body, completely folding her within them. These were phoenix wings. These wings were not transformed from energy, but were wings of true flesh and blood. These wings were a part of Xiao Moxian's body, they were the symbol of a phoenix's true descendant. With a gentle flap of her wings, Xiao Moxian rose into the air. At this time, she was like a dark angel, mysterious and beautiful, but also containing a terrifying power. Let me caution you. When I reveal my dark phoenix wings, that is when my attacks can display their highest level of power. Moreover, my mortal body defense is extremely strong. A normal attack cannot break through my defense. Xiao Moxian tittered. This was the powerful body she inherited from her mother. Even if she didn't cultivate, her bodily strength would far surpass that of almost all body transformation martial artists. As the audience looked at the flying Xiao Moxian, they were completely stunned. After transforming, Xiao Moxian with her dark phoenix wings was like a goddess of night. Her atmosphere and strength were as different as night and day from before. Her entire body exuded a sacred aura. How terrifying! This is the descendant of a god-beast and a person. In the entire divine realm, that is a miracle of life that might not appear in 100 million years. Her strength is mind-boggling. It's more than just 100 million years. I fear that in these last 6 billion years, the number of monstrous geniuses like Xiao Moxian can be counted on a single hand. It might be possible that she is unique, the only one to have existed. The child of a human and a god-beast might have appeared somewhere along the river of history. But 6 billion years was simply far too long a span of time. No one was able to trace back this entire span of time and determine if there were such precedents in ancient times. We have underestimated Xiao Moxian's strength. I thought that she would be the weakest among the 3 top Empyrean descendants because she was limited by her age. But now, it seems that might not be true. Don't forget, she still hasn't used her heaven-absorbing demon art or the power of her nearly 6th-level laws. Lin Ming might lose this battle. It's not a shame even if he loses. Lin Ming is already extremely good. For him to reach this step even though he comes from a mere peak holy land and also has a humble mortal background, that in itself is enough for him to be proud of. Within the raging winds, Lin Ming stood tall upon the arena stage. His body was straight and tall, just like a spear. As he saw Xiao Moxian unleash her dark phoenix wings, he knew that this would be a grueling battle. Xiao Moxian was absolutely not an opponent he could defeat in one move, because her defensive capabilities were also phenomenal. Roar! Behind Lin Ming, the Azure Dragon Phantom appeared once more. The power of the dragon bone revolved to the limit. Dragon and Phoenix, 2 extreme geniuses clashing together. You have absorbed the blood of the Azure Dragon, right? Interesting. However, your bloodline density will never compare to mine. Xiao Moxian laughed, her words coming from her absolute confidence. Amongst humanity, any genius bloodline was nothing to her. Take this. Xiao Moxian's arms flashed. She hurtled forwards even as she slashed her whip at Lin Ming. This whip strike was several times stronger than the one before. The tail of the whip was also alight with black flames. Xiao Moxian was using her laws in this attack. After transforming into her phoenix form, even her fire laws had become incomparably fierce and wild. Heretical God Tree. Lin Ming didn't hold back. He poured all of his strength into his inner world and summoned the phantom of the heretical God Tree. The heretical God force opened to the limit. As he thrust out his spear, a towering blue lotus smashed into that brutal black whip. To use the heretical God Tree to suppress Xiao Moxian's dark fire laws. In that moment, the entire heretical God Tree seemed to shine with a flaming light. In the skies, the phantoms of the Azure Dragon and Dark Phoenix crashed together, violently struggling. Chapter 1304, Forcing Back Xiao Moxian. Chapter 1304, Forcing Back Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming has manifested that divine tree phantom again. Someone in the audience shouted as they saw that heretical god tree phantom. Before, in the battle against the monster prince, this heretical god tree phantom had broken apart his space laws. To crush the space laws with the fire laws, that was something that left a deep impression on everyone present. Although they didn't know just what this divine tree phantom was, they knew that as long as this divine tree phantom appeared, Lin Ming's combat strength would multiply. Xiao Moxian looked at that heretical god tree phantom that was emitting a blazing light. She could immediately see that this divine tree phantom was something formed from the fire laws. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Moxian laughed out loud, her voice like beautiful silver bells. Lin Ming, you are strong, but to think you would actually use such a move. Do you plan on dealing with me using the fire laws? As the child of a dark phoenix, she was the ancestor of fire laws. If someone tried to fight her using the fire laws, how could she not laugh at that? Within the entire divine realm, the phoenix is known as the spirit of fire and stands upon the pinnacle of all fire laws. I am an incarnation of the dark phoenix, the queen of fire. I want to see just how you'll use those fire laws of yours to deal with me. I will burn that little tree of yours into ash. Xiao Moxian cried out and her black wings covered the skies. Behind her, a fiery phoenix shot up into the heavens, diving into her flames. Then, the terrifying black flames expanded into an endless sea of fire, turning everything in the skies a shimmering black. It was like a hellish apocalyptic scene. The audience began to cry out in exclamation. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they still felt as if they were being burnt alive by these flames. Many young elites pushed their protective true essence to the limit in order to resist the might of Xiao Moxian's turbulent flames. Then, the pressure of having to directly withstand the attack of Xiao Moxian's flames could be imagined. Facing Xiao Moxian's all-out attack, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit as he burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. His eyes shined as he looked at Xiao Moxian, slowly saying, "If you are the queen of fire, then I am the king of fire. Let's see just whose flames are stronger." Lin Ming's voice rolled over the audience like a billowing thundercloud. As the martial artists present heard this, they were stunned. Queen of fire, king of fire, wasn't that just a pair? Although Lin Ming might have another meaning, just how arrogant was someone like Xiao Moxian? That was the same as touching upon her reverse scale. One had to make sure they could pay the price of doing so. One only had to look at the monster prince to see what the fate of someone who provoked her was. King of fire. Ha 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 ha. Then let me see what makes you the king of fire. Xiao Moxian laughed, her voice impacting in the clouds. On her face and her arms, countless profound runes appeared. These runes were the law runes that were engraved into the body of a dark phoenix. In other words, these runes were the miracle of laws that were carved into the flesh of a dark phoenix upon their birth. Xiao Moxian's 10 fingers linked together, moving at a high speed as she cast out hundreds of seals. These seals submerged into the flames. At that moment, those monstrous flames burned even brighter, as if a black sun had appeared in the world. The Xiao Moxian who was using her law runes was going all out. This was proof that she was moved to anger. How terrifying. The power of those flames that Xiao Moxian released is far too terrifying. How can this be blocked? In terms of the fire laws, Lin Ming's attainments seem worse than Xiao Moxian's. Very few people believed Lin Ming could win. Xiao Moxian had already reached perfection of the 5th level fire laws, and she had even glanced upon the boundary of the 6th level fire laws. As for Lin Ming, if he hadn't hidden anything, then he had only reached large success in the 5th level fire laws. Moreover, Xiao Moxian also possessed a dark phoenix body. This caused the might of her laws to be even greater. Lin Ming only had his own mortal human body, so how could his fire fusion compatibility catch up to a phoenix? Against this killing strike that came from the suppression of levels in laws, Lin Ming suddenly bit down on his tongue and spat out a red mist of blood essence. This blood mist covered the phantom of the heretical god tree, fusing into it, combusting his blood essence. No, that is the ability gained from the 7th gate of the 8 inner hidden gates. Martial artists that have opened the gate of life possess greatly strengthened regenerative abilities and blood vitality. Even if their fires of life weaken, they can still restore it. They can burn their blood essence in times of need to display their greatest power. Many martial artists present had an understanding of the body transformation technique. When an essence-gathering system martial artist burned their blood essence, that was a sign of their desperation. In a martial arts tournament that wasn't a life or death struggle, they would never burn their blood essence. Otherwise, they would only destroy their enemy by ruining themselves. But a martial artist that opened the gate of life could actually combust their blood essence. This was a commonly used ability that they had. For them, Burning their blood essence in a martial arts tournament wasn't strange. Combusting his blood essence with the support of the Gate of Life, this was one of Lin Ming's final abilities. In that moment, the heretical god tree released a dazzling light as it welcomed Xiao Moxian's surging black flame. Bang! The heretical god tree took root in that sea of endless flames, wildly absorbing the energy, and that turbulent sea of flames seemed as if it would swallow up the heretical god tree. Savage tendrils of flame swept over the divine tree, setting it aflame, surrounding it with raging black flames. This was similar to when Lin Ming had swallowed the ancient phoenix blood essence and had seen the phoenix undergoing nirvana. The 1,000-mile-long phoenix perched atop a 10,000-mile-tall sacred flame parasol tree, and that sacred flame parasol tree planted itself on a blazing fire star, all of its roots piercing deep into the core of that star. What Lin Ming saw before him was such a scene. The heretical god tree was that sacred flame parasol tree, and the black flames that Xiao Moxian released were like a pitch-black sun. This was a battle between a young king and queen of the fire laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of fire swallowed up the heavens, and the entire world seemed to change color. Even the void was burnt through. Heavens, is this the fire laws? Too terrifying. The fire laws can also reach such a boundary. In the impressions of a normal martial artist, the fire laws belonged to the 5-element laws and were considered relatively simple laws of average power. They simply couldn't compare with the power of the time and space laws or the yin-yang laws. But now, as these flames burnt the void, the fire laws that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian displayed were truly horrifying. This was the difference in the height of laws. Xiao Moxian's flames were the true flames of a phoenix. When a phoenix used the fire laws, their ability was no worse than an Empyrean's. In other words, these flames were on the same level as a transcendent divine might. As for Lin Ming's heretical god tree phantom, that was something that came from ancient ruins and it was impossible to determine its origin. Even so, since it possessed the ability to control even heavenly tribulation, its might was without doubt. It was an extremely high-level transcendent divine might. Whose laws were higher and whose were lower? They could only find out through battle. You blocked my attack. How is that possible? Xiao Moxian was extremely shocked. She had thought that after launching her Dark Phoenix wings, activating the Dark Phoenix bloodline with her, and also attacking Lin Ming with the perfect 5th-level fire laws, victory would already be hers. When Lin Ming had summoned the heretical god tree and decided to challenge her, she believed she would easily win this battle. This was because she knew that Lin Ming's fire laws were worse than her own. Moreover, within this world, as long as it was fire, then everything would be controlled by her. In this situation there should exist no possibility for her to lose. But now, Lin Ming's divine tree had far surpassed her imagination. He was matching her equally. I won't believe this. Even if he can withstand me for now, I will still be the winner. I have the body of a phoenix and no mortal man can compare to my endurance. And, he has also burnt his blood essence. Even if he has the Gate of Life supporting him, he cannot last forever. Flames burning the starry skies. Xiao Moxian formed more and more seals. The sea of black flames roared into the heavens, sweeping through the stars. Lin Ming's heretical god tree was faintly suppressed. And even though the heretical god tree was being suppressed by those raging flames, it still remained as tenacious and indomitable as before. The heretical god tree was even slightly absorbing Xiao Moxian's demonic flames. Although it was extremely slow, those demonic flames were truly being absorbed. Lin Ming's cultivation in the laws was inferior to Xiao Moxian's. By burning his blood essence, he was able to make up for this deficit. In other words, the two were nearly equal in their cultivation of the laws. But, in terms of the height of the laws and their quality, Lin Ming faintly suppressed Xiao Moxian. This was not only because the heretical god force cultivation method itself was extremely powerful, but because Lin Ming's heretical god tree had crossed heavenly tribulation. A phoenix was truly formidable, but Xiao Moxian was still too young. It was impossible for her to display the true glory of the phoenix flames. And not just that, but she had never experienced heavenly tribulation. Impossible. Xiao Moxian couldn't accept this. The domain she was most proud of actually wasn't able to defeat her opponent. She was a phoenix. Xiao Moxian cried out loud as energy swelled up within her body. Her entire body lit up with countless law runes as she attacked Lin Ming with everything she had. In that moment, the pressure on Lin Ming doubled. And in this raging sea of flames, Lin Ming focused his mind. Strength erupted from his body, heavenly Tao judgment, fire tribulation. Lin Ming released the power of fire tribulation locked within the heretical god tree. A power that surpassed the heavenly Tao laws hurtled towards Xiao Moxian. Heavenly Tao judgment, the power of fire tribulation, as well as burning his blood essence with the gate of life, Lin Ming was placing everything into this strike. Flames more wild and more brutal than before gathered around the heretical god tree. Space trembled, the earth shook, and the entire world seemed engulfed by these maddening flames. Even the surrounding timeless god stones that paved the arena nearly melted. In the heights of laws, the power of heavenly Tao judgment's fire tribulation was the true elementary transcendent divine might that Lin Ming had created. To approach the heights of the heavenly Tao at just the divine sea realm, this was the most extreme limit. As for Xiao Moxian's phoenix flames, she had to arrive at the divine lord, holy lord, or empyrean realm before they would be unrivaled. Although her potential was great, at present she was still being suppressed by Lin Ming. In a sense, the dual thunder and fire tribulations contained within heavenly Tao judgment was not something as simple as Lin Ming's self-created elementary transcendent divine might. Rather, it was an evolved fusion of a transcendent divine might that was created after the heretical god force underwent heavenly tribulation. The heretical god tree finally overshadowed the terrifying waves of fire sent forth by Xiao Moxian. Then, it directly struck down at her. At that moment, Xiao Moxian's beautiful complexion changed. In that critical moment, she brought in her wings. Her voluminous wings wrapped tightly around her body. The wings of a dark phoenix did not fear being burnt by flames. But in that wild explosion, Xiao Moxian was still struck hard. She cried out in alarm. Her body was wrapped in flames as she fell down from the skies like a flaming meteor. Bang! Xiao Moxian crashed onto the arena stage. The terrifying impact sent countless crushed stones flying away, even striking parts of the arena. If it weren't for the many Holy Lord powerhouses protecting the juniors, there would have been many casualties from this impact alone. Chapter 1305, Surpassing an Empyrean. Chapter 1305, Surpassing an Empyrean. The audience of several 100 million was cast into a deep silence. A massive pit of flames burned, and even the surrounding stone was melted into magma. A terrifying heat wave flowed outwards, causing the temperature in a radius of dozens of miles to be hotter than a stove. Xiao Moxian had fallen into this pit. Her entire body was covered with magma and it was impossible to see her. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed all expectations. At the cost of burning his own blood essence, he forcefully overcame Xiao Moxian in the aspect of the fire laws. Xiao Moxian lost. She hasn't lost, she was only injured in that last strike. Xiao Moxian is also stronger than we thought she was, but Lin Ming is even more freakish. In this situation he was actually able to suppress her. As everyone was speaking, that pit of tumbling lava suddenly exploded. Xiao Moxian launched her wings, soaring upwards. At the moment when Lin Ming attacked, she had folded her wings around herself. With her protective true essence supporting her, she withstood his attack. The wings of a true adult dark phoenix surpassed even an Empyrean spirit treasure in durability. In terms of offense, they could shear a world in half. In terms of defense, they could withstand the all-out attack of an Empyrean. Xiao Moxian was still young, thus she naturally didn't possess this ability. Even so, her wings had reached the level of a high-grade spirit artifact. This was Xiao Moxian's hidden weapon. It could be used to attack and also to retreat. At this time, Xiao Moxian's wings were stained with blood. Her clothes were also slightly torn. Her beautiful face was pale, making it seem heartbreaking to look at her. Although she had withstood Lin Ming's attack, she had been heavily wounded. As Lin Ming saw Xiao Moxian emerge from that pit of magma, he sucked in a deep breath. The body of a god beast was truly abnormal. The benefits that the Dark Phoenix bloodline gave Xiao Moxian were not just her comprehension and compatibility with the fire laws, but also her powerful mortal body. Her physical defense was no worse than Lin Ming's. To defeat her with just a single strike was impossible. A strong gust of wind blew across the stage. Xiao Moxian's clothes began to float as her black hair danced about. With her slightly damaged clothes, not only did she not seem distressed at all, but she even had a certain beauty to her. Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming, saying, "Of all martial artists at my level, you are the first one to ever wound me." Xiao Moxian's voice was clear, spreading across the entire arena. No one thought that her words were a boast. Within her cultivation level, Xiao Moxian could be called unrivaled. But Lin Ming was also the same. "Of all martial artists at my level, you are also the first one to force me back to this degree." Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Xiao Moxian's talent. In that strike just now, he indeed had a slight upper hand. But it couldn't be forgotten that Xiao Moxian was only 26 years old. If she were to grow for another 5 years and reach Lin Ming's age, then her strength would be unimaginable. In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, the one with the highest talent and the best future achievements might not be Frost Dream or Han Kai, but Xiao Moxian. Unless Lin Ming continued to comprehend the concept of the 33-layered heavens and stepped onto the road of Empyrean Divine Seal, then in terms of talent, he would also be inferior to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming. Then, behind her, a swirling black vortex emerged from nothing. This vortex was like the vast galaxy, slowly spinning. This was the heaven-absorbing demon art. The audience cried out in alarm. The heaven-absorbing demon art was the transcendent divine might created by Empyrean Demon Dawn. It was an utterly cruel, evil, and merciless cultivation method. If Empyrean Demon Dawn were to use this ability, he could instantly suck dry the life force and blood vitality of 100 million people. Because of this cultivation method, Empyrean Demon Dawn was dreaded and feared by the world. In the past, when he was at the Holy Lord realm, he had already established the elementary form of the heaven-absorbing demon art. At that time, not even World King influences had dared to move against him. Xiao Moxian is going to use the heaven-absorbing demon art. I wonder how Lin Ming will block it. It's a bit muddled. Although Lin Ming had the upper hand a moment ago, it's hard to say just who is in a better state right now. If I had to choose, I would say that Xiao Moxian's background is a bit better. Xiao Moxian had indeed been injured just now, but the body of a god beast possessed unbelievable endurance. The wounds that she had would not affect her combat strength at all. And although Lin Ming had occupied the upper hand in that last strike, he had burnt his blood essence. The Gate of Life could restore a martial artist's strength and blood vitality, but that was a process that required time. He wouldn't be able to continually burn his blood essence. In other words, it was impossible for Lin Ming to maintain the previous state from before. The black vortex began to spin faster and faster. Within the strong gales, Xiao Moxian's black hair drifted upwards, making her look like a blooming black rose. "Lin Ming, my Dark Phoenix body has yet to complete its transformation. But once it does, defeating you will be easy." In the legends, a phoenix had to experience 9 renewals of the divine phoenix, in other words 9 nirvanas. Each nirvana was a rebirth through a bath of flames. After being reborn from a sea of flames, a phoenix would become even more powerful. However, the number of phoenixes that truly managed to complete 9 revolutions of nirvana was extremely small. A phoenix with 6 or 7 transformations already possessed heaven-defying strength. As for Xiao Moxian, she had yet to complete her first transformation. If she completed her first transformation, she would also experience heavenly tribulation. Her flesh and blood would burn in a sea of fire, causing her strength to dramatically rise, and she would even obtain the ability to combust her blood essence. The Xiao Moxian at that time would be ridiculously terrifying. "My goal is to surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. I will not let you hinder my road to divinity." Xiao Moxian's words were bewildering. As the audience heard her words, they were all left panic-stricken. Surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. Normally, for an extreme talent, Making a resolution to become a great world king was already an extremely lofty and ambitious goal. If they were determined to become an Empyrean instead, then they would be turned into a joke by others. Even White King didn't have the courage to say such words. But now, Xiao Moxian actually said she wanted to surpass an Empyrean. How could this not shock everyone present? Many people also couldn't help but think, there was also another realm above an Empyrean. Since ancient times, the Empyrean boundary had been incomparably mysterious. Could the realm above an Empyrean be that legendary peak of martial arts? This Xiao Moxian is too crazy. I have no idea just what exists above an Empyrean. I fear that since ancient times, no one has ever managed to reach such height. Don't rush to conclusions. The history of the divine realm is long beyond all of our imaginations. How can we know if there has ever existed someone that has surpassed the realm of an Empyrean? I heard that in ancient times, 6 billion years ago, there was once a peerless powerhouse who was suspected to have surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean. And that Xiao Moxian is definitely the top genius to appear in the last 100 million years. There might be a chance she could surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. That's right, if Xiao Moxian says she will surpass the boundary of an Empyrean in this situation, then there really might exist a realm above an Empyrean. To those in the audience, an Empyrean was a distant and illusory concept. They could not begin to fathom what existed beyond that. At this time, behind Xiao Moxian, the power of the swirling black vortex had reached the peak. Lin Ming, let me give you a word of warning. The heaven-absorbing demon art is a cruel and overbearing cultivation method that absorbs all true essence. Although your fire laws are powerful, they cannot restrain the heaven-absorbing demon art. And beyond that, I cannot fully control the heaven-absorbing demon art. Once I use it, I may cause permanent damage to your inner world. There is still time if you wish to admit defeat now. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she slowly stepped back into the swirling black vortex, merging into one with it. Words are useless. Come, make your move. Lin Ming's entire body seethed with fighting spirit. Ever since he arrived at the divine realm, this was his most hearty battle, with everything placed out in the open. Then don't blame me. Heaven, swallowing, demon, art. In that moment, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy for 100 miles swept up towards Xiao Moxian. A terrifying power covered Lin Ming, recklessly plundering his body's true essence. This absorption force. Lin Ming gathered all of his true essence, stabilizing his inner world with the heretical god tree. Even so, he felt that the very foundations of his inner world were coming loose. This heaven-absorbing demon art is truly overbearing. Lin Ming was well aware that once he couldn't manage to continue stabilizing his inner world, it would collapse, causing permanent damage to himself. Even the heretical god tree cannot suppress it. Lin Ming was shocked. The heretical god tree had a nearly imperceptible effect in stabilizing his inner world. The cultivation methods of the universe were varied and wondrous. There were cultivation methods that mutually restrained each other, but there was no single cultivation method that was invincible. Lin Ming was able to use the heretical god tree to suppress Xiao Moxian's phoenix true form and perfect 5th-level fire laws. Because the heretical god tree itself was the lord of fire, it could restrain all flames. But now, in front of the heaven-absorbing demon art, the heretical god tree was useless. This was because the heaven-absorbing demon art did not relate to the fire laws or thunder laws, but to the all-swallowing darkness laws. If you still want to admit defeat, it's not too late. Although Lin Ming's words had provoked Xiao Moxian before, she still admired his talent and even felt a twinge of empathy for him. For her to remind him again at this step was also showing just how tolerant she was. Humph, you thick-headed idiot, then don't blame me for this. Xiao Moxian's figure flashed as she formed hundreds of black seals. These seals flew into that black vortex, fusing into it. Then, that black vortex began to press down upon Lin Ming. At that moment, Lin Ming gripped his phoenix blood spear, true essence constantly leaking out from his inner world. If this continued, then in just 10 more breaths of time all of his strength would be drained. After that, he would directly lose his life's true essence and blood vitality. That was permanent loss. He would not be able to recover it. I can only risk everything I have for one final strike. If I can't defeat her with that, then it will be my loss. At this time, Lin Ming could only burn his blood essence and then use heavenly Tao judgment to send out his strongest strike. He would bombard that black vortex with everything he had and defeat the heaven-absorbing demon art. Just as he was about to do this, a mysterious energy poured out from his soul, into his inner world, fusing with the true essence there. This is, Lin Ming was startled. This was spirit essence from the soul forging system. Before he could think about it, the body transformation energy that flowed in his blood and percolated in his flesh also merged into his inner world. This was the body transformation system's astral essence. In that instant, spirit essence, astral essence, and true essence fused together in Lin Ming's inner world. Before now, although Lin Ming had been able to fuse those three energies for a moment, it had never been like today where the other two types of energies were injected into his inner world. This was because the inner world was the domain of true essence. There was no exchange at all. Bang! Three types of energies joined together. In that instant, Lin Ming's inner world was stabilized. Chapter 1306, Might of the Concept of the 33 Layered Heavens. Chapter 1306, Might of the Concept of the 33 Layered Heavens. The three types of energies were like three massive seals, forcefully stabilizing Lin Ming's inner world. No matter what sort of fierce or violent waves the heaven-absorbing demon art stirred up, his inner world remained unshaken. For this situation to occur was also because of the difference in the heights of the laws. The heaven-absorbing demon art, no matter how high level it was still a cultivation method of the essence-gathering system. What it absorbed was true essence. But within Lin Ming's inner world, true essence, spirit essence, and astral essence had fused together, turning into the laws of the 33 layered heavens' power of divinity, and surpassing the boundary of true essence. Because of this, the heaven-absorbing demon art was unable to absorb it. Millimeter. Within the black vortex, Xiao Moxian was startled. Facing Lin Ming, another strange situation had occurred. How could you be immune to my heaven-absorbing demon art? Xiao Moxian couldn't understand what was happening. Even if a divine Lord Realm powerhouse were standing in front of her, even they couldn't say that they wouldn't be affected by her heaven-absorbing demon art. After seeing her own heaven-absorbing demon art fail so suddenly, Xiao Moxian wanted to change techniques, but Lin Ming was already rushing towards her. Three essences as one, spirit essence, true essence, and astral essence fused together. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, pouring all of his power into it. Besides heavenly Tao judgment, three essences as one was also one of his strongest techniques. On the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step, Lin Ming had once displayed this ability to resist the tribulation of Tao tablets 80,000 feet up, and relied on this to overcome it. As for Dragon Fang, who had also been climbing up the Divine Seal Altar, he had been defeated by the tribulation of Tao tablets. And now, Lin Ming wasn't just using three essences as one, but also fusing in the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. This was nearly equal to using the power of divinity as the foundation to stimulate heavenly Tao judgment. In that instant, behind Lin Ming, the towering heretical god tree shimmered into existence. Within Lin Ming's body, deeply buried in his flesh and blood, inner world, and soul, the law runes of the 33 layered heavens began to emit a brilliant light. All around Lin Ming, the phantoms of the 33 heavenly Tao stone tablets appeared. Deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, as Empyrean Vast Universe saw these phantoms, he was immensely surprised. These 33 stone tablets were the Great Tribulation that existed 80,000 feet up the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step. Lin Ming's technique was actually able to show a faint charm of the Tao tablet tribulation. This was a phenomenon that appeared in Lin Ming's technique after he comprehended the concept of the 33 layered heavens. The concept of the 33 layered heavens was not some useless comprehension. It would enhance Lin Ming's laws and combat ability, and as time passed, this enhancement would become increasingly potent. This was also the true capital that Lin Ming possessed to resist these extreme talents of the divine realm. As Xiao Moxian saw the heaven-absorbing demon art fail and Lin Ming hurtle towards her, She immediately reversed her true essence. Behind her, the black vortex began to spin in reverse. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. The heaven-absorbing demon art was able to swallow energy. It could naturally emit energy too. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. That was to release the energy held within Xiao Moxian's body and use it to exterminate the enemy. The massive black vortex began to compress, shrinking down. That swirling black vortex fell into Xiao Moxian's hand, and then was shot out by her. It formed a Dao diagram, colliding with Lin Ming's three essences as one. In that moment, a terrifyingly bright light shot out into the heavens, covering the world. Bang! Lin Ming's arms shook and his palms cracked apart. As the phoenix blood spear struck the heaven-absorbing demon art Dao diagram, it bent into a crescent moon. The phantoms of the 33 Dao tablets along with the power of thunder and fire crashed down. Ka. Cracks began to appear all over the heaven-absorbing demon art. Then, it completely collapsed. What? Xiao Moxian's beautiful expression changed colors. She cried out in alarm. Her counterforce heaven-absorbing demon art had actually been broken. In this crucial moment, Xiao Moxian closed up her wings once more, forcefully withstanding Lin Ming's attack. Peng! Xiao Moxian was sent flying back once more. This time, her wings were nearly pierced through by the spear light. Her body crashed into the ground as countless stones were sent flying away. The terrifying energy gradually subsided. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His right arm had been fractured and his chest was also covered with blood. These were injuries created by the impact and shaking force from resisting the heaven-absorbing demon art. Xiao Moxian's great strength has completely surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. He originally thought that even though he might not take first place, he should still be able to advance into the top 3 rankings. But, if he had known that Xiao Moxian was so strong beforehand, then he wouldn't have thought such. As the dust settled and wild energy dissipated, Lin Ming fell onto the ground, supporting himself with the phoenix blood spear. His organs were broken in many places and he was heavily wounded. As the audience saw the result of this battle, they didn't know what words to say to express their feelings. This was an unbelievable battle in which both parties were ridiculously strong. Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian has grown far too fast. I haven't seen her in just a year and this is where she is at. Her talent is truly frightening. In the contestant waiting area, White King sighed with emotion. He and Xiao Moxian could be considered friends. Just a year ago, Xiao Moxian was only at the early Divine Sea realm. At that time, he didn't think that Xiao Moxian was much stronger than he was. Now after a year passed, White King had made some progress, but Xiao Moxian had leapt into the skies, reaching unimaginable levels. If she had several more years to grow, just what would happen then? And what was even more frightening was Lin Ming. In this battle he had resorted to several trump cards and had forcefully suppressed Xiao Moxian. This was a truly hard-fought victory. With his mortal body and middle Divine Sea realm cultivation, he had defeated Xiao Moxian with her god-beast bloodline. That was a truly incredible feat. For him to climb up the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps is truly extraordinary. His techniques have the concept of the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps integrated into them. It's hard to imagine just what boundary his laws have reached. As White King was thinking, Xiao Moxian rose up from the deep pit she had crashed into once more. But now, her black wings were covered with blood and the wing bones had been pierced through by a spear light. Her beautiful face was also wan, making one feel as if she were feeble and sick. She still hasn't fallen. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. His current state was extremely poor. He had fused together true essence, astral essence, and spirit essence, utilizing 3 essences as one and also using the power of heavenly tribulation. Just then he had surpassed the limits of his body. That strike was his extreme peak, and his soul, body, and inner world found themselves hard-pressed to withstand the burden. All of his blood vitality was in chaos. It would be impossible for him to fight like that again. But even so, he hadn't managed to thoroughly defeat Xiao Moxian. One could see just how formidable the body of a god beast was from this. I originally thought that Xiao Moxian's bodily defensive abilities were about the same as mine, but now it seems that those wings of hers far surpass my defensive capabilities. As Lin Ming was thinking this, Xiao Moxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The wings on her back began to slowly fold in and contract, and the runes on her body also began to fade away. After several breaths of time, Xiao Moxian completely resumed her human form. She was nearly unable to stand steadily. It was impossible for her to continue maintaining her true phoenix form. Lin Ming couldn't burn his blood essence forever, and Xiao Moxian also couldn't display her phoenix true form in perpetuity. At least, this was her limit before she experienced her first nirvana rebirth and heavenly tribulation. You! Xiao Moxian ground her teeth together. Her condition was worse than Lin Ming's and she wasn't able to use her phoenix true form right now. She was nearly like a delicate woman, extremely weak. However, her hand still held the dragon tendon whip. She clearly wasn't willing to concede. That's enough, little sister, you've lost. At this time, a light voice echoed out. Fairy Frost Dream was like a goddess falling from the highest heavens as she floated down to the stage. As she arrived, all of the raging waves of heat and flame, and even the fire laws completely retreated, as if they were blown away by a winter breeze. Fairy Frost Dream lightly stepped forwards as if she were walking on lotuses until she stopped beside Xiao Moxian, gently helping her up. Then, she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes pausing on him for several breaths of time. She said in a low voice, "You're very special." Her simple words contained an intriguing meaning. This battle. Xiao Moxian, defeated. Lin Ming, victorious. The audience still hadn't regained their composure. They were all shocked, as if they were watching a dream. Lin Ming actually won. How much longer will he continue winning for? I really have no idea. But, in this battle, he's used everything he has. At a similar boundary he defeated Xiao Moxian with her god-beast body. Even a young Empyrean isn't enough to describe him. A young Empyrean was the most glorious title to describe young geniuses in the divine realm. And in this first martial meeting, there were actually 6 people that were worthy of such a name. But if words were used to describe Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, young Empyrean was clearly not enough. Chapter 1307, White Hot. Chapter 1307, White Hot. This boy Lin Ming. Deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe gazed at Lin Ming for a long time. Lin Ming had created a miracle by climbing up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal Altar, and through this he knew that Lin Ming must have experienced some sort of special lucky chance that allowed him to come into contact with the concept of the 33 layered heavens ahead of time. Moreover, although the concept of the 33 layered heavens was related to Empyrean Divine Seal and its might was unimaginable, it was still an ancient concept, one that belonged to a different era. Beyond that, the inheritances of the concept of the 33 layered heavens had already been cut off. It was unknown whether or not Lin Ming would be able to display its power in the future. On just this point alone, it was impossible to place Lin Ming on par with Xiao Moxian, Frost Dream, and others of their level. But just now in his moves, Lin Ming had actually reformed the phantoms of the Tao tablets from the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step, ultimately overcoming all obstacles to defeat Xiao Moxian. How could Empyrean Vast Universe not be startled by this? At the same boundary, he was able to suppress someone with the body of a god beast. That was far too shocking. I really have no idea just what achievements Lin Ming will have in the future, Empyrean Vast Universe muttered to himself. And at this time, from beside him, Empyrean Divine Dream dimly said, 6 billion years, a single samsara. 6 billion years ago, a peerless powerhouse appeared within the divine realm who managed to surpass the boundaries of an Empyrean. And perhaps now, that cycle will continue once more. What? Empyrean Vast Universe turned his head and looked at Empyrean Divine Dream with incredulity sketched on his face. Are you saying that Lin Ming has the possibility of surpassing the realm of an Empyrean? To Empyrean Vast Universe, an Empyrean was an existence near the peak of martial arts. Although he also knew that the legends said there existed a boundary above an Empyrean, legends were only legends. When Xiao Moxian declared she would surpass an Empyrean in the future, Vast universe hadn't taken her seriously. To surpass an Empyrean, wasn't that easier said than done? And now, Empyrean Divine Dream actually spoke these words, causing him to pause. He knew that with Divine Dream's character, she would never speak nonsense or needless words. Moreover, she was an incomparably mysterious character with a foresight far higher than all others. Her cultivation had also reached a realm that he was unable to comprehend. In fact, even if Empyrean Vast Universe learnt that Empyrean Divine Dream had seen the road that lay beyond an Empyrean, he would not be amazed, just a bit shocked. Empyrean Divine Dream said, for someone to surpass an Empyrean, that is not only a question of destiny or talent. There also needs to be an era created just for them. Now, this fated era approaches, and there indeed may be extreme characters that are born who possess the possibility of doing so, but whether or not that person who surpasses an Empyrean will be Lin Ming is still unknown. It can only be said that he has a minor chance to do so. There is Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream. Xiao Moxian also has a small chance. As for Frost Dream, she has her own road, a road that is lonely and separate from all else. Besides me and her, no one can speculate or interfere with her future. Millimeter. Empyrean Vast Universe froze for a moment. Was there something special about Frost Dream's background or life experiences? He wanted to ask, but he could tell that Divine Dream wasn't about to speak any further on this topic. He could only suppress the questions in his heart. At this time, in the massive tournament arena, the hundreds of millions of spectators were all cheering and busily discussing as before. Waves upon waves of excited shouts echoed through the air, not calming down for an extremely long time. Even though many people had lost a great deal of violet sun crystals because of Lin Ming, most of them were still filled with praise towards him. In truth, for the heroic young elites that were able to attend these finals, a few 100 million in wealth was a number they could easily afford. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's battle was far too shocking. What happened had far exceeded their understandings and imaginations. Moreover, to those martial artists that were able to watch the battle, this was a lucky chance. Let alone normal juniors or young elites of sects, even Holy Lord powerhouses or half-step world kingmasters were able to obtain some inspiration. This was not an exaggeration. Holy Lord powerhouses and ordinary world kings possessed a cultivation and strength that far exceeded Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. But in terms of the heights of laws, they only studied common laws that were subordinate the rule of the heavenly Tao. As for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming had a self-created elementary transcendent divine might and had also comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens. He was able to manifest the heretical god tree and release dual thunder and fire tribulations. Lin Ming's moves possessed the charm of the heavenly Tao. It wasn't too excessive to call Lin Ming a weaker and younger version of an Empyrean. As for Xiao Moxian, there was even less to say. Once a god beast grew up, that would be the same level existence as an Empyrean. Xiao Moxian's phoenix true flames also possessed the charm of an Empyrean. The two both cultivated the fire laws, but the fire laws they used were able to reach heights that ordinary space laws and time laws couldn't match. For the heroic young elites spectating their battle, this level of laws was nearly impossible for them to understand. One needed to be a divine lord, holy lord, or half-step world king to see the power within their moves and obtain comprehensions from them. In a battle between two middle divine sea martial artists, even a holy lord had to study their moves. Just how amazing was that? For Lin Ming to win this battle was truly mind-boggling. He had stepped into the highest ranks of all junior geniuses. He had surpassed Dragon Fang and was able to compete with the likes of Frost Dream. The match had already ended, but Xiao Moxian still stood on the arena stage, grasping the dragon tendon whip. She didn't seem to be leaving just yet. Lin Ming, I admit that I lost this fight, but I won't give up here, nor am I convinced. Half a year from now, I wish to fight with you again. Xiao Moxian bit down with her little jade-like tiger canines, clenching her fists tightly. She was someone who was proud at heart. This was the first time she had ever lost to someone at her own boundary. Of course she couldn't accept this. Half a year. Lin Ming's eyebrows flew up. Half a year, That was enough time for Xiao Moxian's strength to grow to an even greater degree. And, most importantly, it was said that Xiao Moxian's natural temperament was that of a playful girl who loved to mess around all the time. She possessed a childlike innocence, completely disparate from someone like Han Kai who trained diligently. If she was frustrated because of this loss and decided to try her best to catch up, then half a year from now, it would be difficult to estimate just how strong she would grow. And, if her phoenix divine body were to experience its first nirvana, then that would be even more unimaginable. Even Lin Ming could feel the pressure. Xiao Moxian's declaration was even far more compelling than Dragon Fang's. "I will wait for you," Lin Ming slowly and clearly said. His current talent was indeed lacking. The reason he defeated Xiao Moxian now was due to his superiority in age. This was not the victory Lin Ming wished for. If he couldn't suppress Xiao Moxian at the same age, then how could he possibly reach the peak of all martial arts? Only if their ages were closer together and they were also at the same boundary would Lin Ming truly have won after defeating Xiao Moxian. This fantastical match had come to a conclusion. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had also earned a great profit. Most people had bet on Xiao Moxian to win. At this time, Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage, loudly announcing, "To all those here, after the referees have discussed this matter, in order to save time and increase the excitement of the tournament, the 10 individuals in the finals will be further split into 2 groups. The first group will have 6 people and the second group will have 4 people. Those from the first and second groups will no longer battle each other. The first 6 placings in the tournament will be decided through continued round-robin matches between the 6 people in the first group. 7th through 10th place will be decided by the 4 people in the second group. At the end, the highest-ranked individual of the second group may challenge the lowest-ranked individual of the first group. The winner will either stay or move to the first group and will take 6th place." As Vast Cosmos spoke, the audience paused for a moment. Dividing into groups. The first group of 6 people are the default choices for the final top 6 rankings of the tournament. I wonder just who they are. There's no need to ask. It's clear that the finalists have already diverged into 2 groups themselves. The strong are ridiculously strong and the weak have too great a gap separating them. Although the first place of the second group has the qualifications to challenge the last place of the first group, the chances are that they will lose. It's simply a formality, there's no need to think about it. Well, fighting like this is better. We can get straight to the interesting matches and won't have to face situations where the outcome is already evident at the start. But as it stands, this means the tournament has entered the white-hot heated stage. Every battle will be a strong collision. Vast Cosmos's decision gained the approval and satisfaction of many in the audience. Like this, the tournament would be much more compact and wouldn't be needlessly dragged out. Now I will announce the names of the 6 individuals in the first group. The 6 people in the first group are Frost Dream, Han Kai, Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming, Jun Blue Moon, Dragon Fang. Then, for the names of the 4 individuals in the second group. The 4 people in the second group are Lord Monster, White King, Sheku, and Hua Xian. These 2 lists were well within everyone's expectations. Even though the Monster Prince was incomparably arrogant, he still couldn't oppose these choices. He could only clench his fists and grind his teeth together. To him, this first martial meeting was the greatest of all shames. He couldn't even enter the first group, he had to fight in the second. Even if he obtained total victory in the second group, he would still be disgrace. After he returned to the monster race, all of his brothers would laugh at him and mock him. Although he had loudly bragged that he would become the Monster Emperor in the future, the truth was that he faced stiff competition from countless strong competitors. His brothers and sisters were all powerful individuals who stood against him. Whether or not he would actually succeed in becoming the Monster Emperor was unknown. Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming, you best remember me. The Monster Prince shifted all of his hatred onto Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. It was these 2 that had miserably beaten him up, shaming him. In particular, Xiao Moxian. She was the one who had absorbed his life's true essence, leaving him without any face left and even greatly damaging his cultivation. After the groups were announced, there was a 6-hour break time for contestants to restore their strength. This was also for Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming to recover. The two of them had consumed the greatest amount of energy. 6 hours later, Vast Cosmos announced the next matches. Everyone in the audience was bubbling with excitement to hear this. Of those in the first group, there was not a weak person amongst them. No matter who fought who, it would truly be a battle between two similar opponents, filled with wondrous expectations. Honored audience. Now, the matches for the new groupings will soon begin. The first round of matches will be Frost Dream against Dragon Fang, Lin Ming against Jun Blue Moon, Han Kai against Xiao Moxian. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace has opened a special gambling bet for the match between Han Kai and Xiao Moxian. Han Kai's victory has a compensation rate of 1/6, and Xiao Moxian's victory has a compensation rate of 2/1. In every round of matches, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace would open up a separate gambling bet aimed at the most tense and suspenseful match, which would also receive the most attention. Han Kai was an extremely low-profile and mysterious character. But in his fight with Xiao Moxian, he was sure to reveal his full strength. Everyone would finally be able to see his true abilities. As for Lin Ming against Jun Blue Moon, that would also be a fantastic showdown. Although Lin Ming's chances were slightly higher, Jun Blue Moon had remained incomparably mysterious this entire time. There was a possibility that there would be an expected winner. My match is Jun Blue Moon. Lin Ming looked at Jun Blue Moon sitting not too far away in the contestant seating area. He wore all white clothes and held the rust-stained sword in his hands, his hair as white as snow. Towards an unknown and mysterious opponent, Lin Ming would never underestimate them. And at this time, Frost Dream and Dragon Fang stepped into the arena. Without a doubt, Frost Dream was powerful. But Dragon Fang wasn't weak either. Many people were looking forwards to this match, waiting to see just what abilities Frost Dream would display. Divine Dream Space, Divine Dream Space. On the arena stage, Frost Dream wore a simple and elegant dress that fluttered about her. She floated half a foot off the ground, her toes dangling downwards as her entire body was covered in a thick fog, making it impossible to discern her appearance. 500 feet in front of her was the black-clothed Dragon Fang. His hands were still wrapped in white bandages and his eyes were solemn. He had already had a premonition about how strong Frost Dream was. The degree of intensity that this Divine Realm First Martial meeting had followed so far had gone beyond his master's expectations. Fairy Frost Dream, I can finally see just what strengths you possess. Lin Ming looked at Frost Dream, who was on the arena stage. Before now, Frost Dream was easily guaranteed to enter the finals. Even so, she had yet to encounter anyone that could oppose her. This was not because the referees of the first martial meeting favored Frost Dream, but because Frost Dream was too strong. Any seeded player who had bumped into her so far had suffered a loss without being able to display any moves at all. None of them had been able to force out a single card from her hand. If they tried, not only would they fail but they would also wear down their mentality and waste their strength. In this sort of situation, no one was willing to fight Frost Dream. Frost Dream's opponents so far had basically been participants who were brought in to increase the numbers, thus Lin Ming hadn't been able to discover what her techniques or laws were like. Match, start. As Vast Cosmos spoke, a cold wind surged atop the arena stage. Then, a snow-white lotus appeared beneath Frost Dream's feet. This ice lotus shimmered, crystal clear, just as if it were made of glass. As Lin Ming saw this ice lotus, he was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel that this ice lotus contained the aura of mysterious laws. These laws were similar to the divine dream marks that Lin Ming had comprehended in the divine dream world. In other words, they were the most mystical laws of the soul-forging system. And, they were far more profound and intricate than anything Lin Ming learned in the divine dream space, making one feel unable to look up to it. This aura, could it be engraved by Empyrean divine dream? Lin Ming couldn't help but think this. As the saintess of divine dream Heavenly Palace and also one of the most splendid direct disciples to ever appear there, it wouldn't be strange if Empyrean divine dream were to somehow assist Fairy Frost Dream. This ice lotus seemed ordinary, but it was in truth anything but that. This lotus was Frost Dream's weapon. Empyrean Divine Dream was an existence who could easily craft Empyrean spirit treasures. If she forged a weapon for her own disciple, its might could be imagined. A lotus-shaped weapon? Dragon Fang looked at the ice lotus beneath Frost Dream's feet, not daring to be negligent in the least. He had already opened the 3 lives pupils. Spatial mirror images. Dragon Fang's figure blurred. 1 divided to 2, 2 divided to 4, 4 divided to 8, and 8 divided into 16. Facing Frost Dream, he didn't hold back at all. He formed 16 mirror images at the start. 16 mirror images struck out together. For a time, all of the power of space around Dragon Fang turned chaotic. The power of space was attracted to the sword wind, becoming part of the sword wind's killing intent. Moreover, time also began to become mixed up. Although Dragon Fang's sword appeared to be slow, the truth was that it was extremely fast and its speed constantly shifted, causing one to be unable to follow it with their eyes. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If someone were to face Dragon Fang's attack on this arena stage, it would be impossible to dodge it. Facing these 16 mirror images, the ice lotus underneath Frost Dream floated upwards before splitting into several petals. These flower petals were composed of 7 ice crystals. There were larger and smaller ice crystals, each one of them seeming as if it were carved from crystal, cold and luminescent. In that instant, the ice lotus turned into countless ice crystals. Ruling spirit art. Frost Dream's cherry-red lips slightly parted. From between her eyebrows, a gold lotus mark appeared. This was her battle spirit. Frost Dream's battle spirit had reached gold perfection. The battle spirit fused into those ice crystals. Suddenly, all of those ice crystals recklessly shot forwards, gathering together and forming sharp ice swords in the air. Each part of the swords contained its own independent laws. In just an instant, half of Dragon Fang's 16 mirror images were crushed by the ice crystals. 3 lives pupils, all existence to void. Flames ignited within Dragon Fang's eyes. The meridians and blood vessels around his pupils bulged out. Within his field of vision, the pathing of those ice crystals had become clear to him. The remaining 8 spatial mirror images fused together. Dragon Fang slashed out his sword. Although this sword strike seemed simple, as it struck those ice crystal swords, there was a crisp crackling sound as all the ice crystals shattered. All of the blood within Dragon Fang tumbled and he drew backwards. At the same time, a twinkle of surprise flashed in Fairy Frost Dream's eyes. Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils were no trifling matter. They were actually able to pinpoint the weakness in her ruling spirit art ice crystal swords. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's ruling spirit art was a variation martial skill created by Empyrean Divine Dream. Although it wasn't a transcendent divine might, it was still an extremely high-level skill that had tremendously demanding requirements on one's battle spirit. Of course, the reason that her ruling spirit art was seen through by Dragon Fang was not because there were too many holes in it, but because her proficiency in this skill was lacking, especially when compared to Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils. In this brief exchange that was in a mere blink of the eye, Dragon Fang hadn't yet suffered a defeat. The audience sighed in amazement. But after Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming's battle serving as an appetizer before this, they were already mentally prepared and didn't react too wildly. Frost Dream is only at the late Divine Sea realm, but she actually managed to form a perfect gold battle spirit. That is truly incredible. Yes, the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace cultivate in energy and soul and also have the Divine Dream space to help temper their primordial spirit. Whether it is their soul or battle spirit, both are extremely formidable. Among all juniors in the Divine Realm, Frost Dream's battle spirit is the absolute number 1. There is no one who could hope to compare with her. The most amazing here is Dragon Fang. I thought he would just be directly defeated, but I never imagined he could see through Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. It wasn't wrong that Dragon Fang was powerful, but after being defeated by Lin Ming, his aura of invincibility had been shattered. Many people believed he would be quickly defeated by Frost Dream. Ruling spirit art. Under the arena stage, Lin Ming recalled Frost Dream's attack just now. By pouring one's battle spirit into weapons, these weapons could be controlled to kill someone from afar. This type of cultivation method was not just variations of the ruling spirit art. Rather, they could be classified into a separate system, which were battle spirit arcane skills. These sorts of arcane skills seemed simple, but the truth was that they were varied and extremely tricky to learn. A normal martial artist was limited to controlling 2 or 3 weapons, but Frost Dream was actually able to manipulate so many ice crystals, even superimposing them together for a much greater effect. This was also reasonable. This variation of the ruling spirit art martial skill was established by Empyrean Divine Dream. It was far from what other battle spirit arcane skills could hope to compete with. Its requirements towards one's battle spirit were much higher, but so was its strength. My battle spirit can only play a supporting role right now. It has miraculous effects for my soul and will, but in terms of actual combat, all it does is increase my striking power. If I can learn this ruling spirit art, then it will increase my versatility in combat. As Lin Ming was thinking this, on the arena stage, Dragon Fang divided into 16 mirror images once more. He continued to maintain the state of all existence to void. Dragon Fang was crystal clear that the longer this fight dragged on, the further he would fall behind. Void extermination. 16 Dragon Fangs struck out together and the 16 sword lights combined as one. This was one of Dragon Fang's strongest attacks. When he fought with Lin Ming, he relied on this move to force out Lin Ming's heavenly Dao judgment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled and the power of space was wildly stirred up. Even the power of time began to twist. This sword strike contained the large success 5th level laws of space and time. Its might could be imaged. And at this moment, Dragon Fang suddenly felt the scenery around Frost Dream rapidly change. An unspeakably desolate feeling spread out from her, making him feel as if he had arrived within a separate space-time. This is. From the endless void, Frost Dream stood at the center of space and time. Her 2 pupils shimmered and her icy blue hair danced wildly in the air. From all around her, fantastical and dreamy starlight fell onto her, bringing out her ethereal and holy aura. Divine. Dream. Space. As Frost Dream spoke these 3 words, time seemed to come to a standstill. Then, from within the space around her, numerous vicious beasts began to emerge from thin air. Each vicious beast was incomparably brutal and fierce. Their aura was breathtaking and their appearances were savage. They wildly howled out, their terrifying roars gathering together to echo through the clouds. Upon seeing these vicious beasts, Lin Ming was greatly shocked. These are nightmare beast. These vicious beasts were the same nightmare beasts that Lin Ming had encountered in the divine dream world. In fact, they were far more formidable. Their standard reached that of the red-furred monster which Lin Ming had killed in the divine dream world. The red-furred monster was already exorbitantly difficult to deal with, but now, dozens of these beasts had appeared beside Frost Dream. Dozens of nightmare beasts hurtled themselves towards Dragon Fang. The audience was panic-stricken. Just what kind of cultivation method was this? Is this a summoning technique? An illusion technique? Just what kind of domain is the divine dream space? There is a domain that can summon vicious beasts. The audience could not understand what was happening at all. But underneath the arena stage, Lin Ming could, because he had many understandings towards the divine dream law. Divine dream domain, so this is what it is. This is a space that belongs to Frost Dream. If this space is a dream, then Frost Dream is the dreamer. Within this space, everything falls under her control. If she wants light, then there will be light. If she wants darkness, there will be darkness. If she wants to summon soul beasts, there will be soul beasts. Within her dream, she is God. As long as anyone enters this separate space of hers, all must bow to her will. This is a zone, an absolute space. Within that space, she is invincible. The divine dream space was an absolutely terrifying domain. Compared to this domain, those little illusion tricks that Frost Moon, Frost Charm and the other disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace displayed were insignificant. It could be imagined that this was a core secret technique of Empyrean Divine Dream's dream-type martial arts. Non-direct disciples like Frost Charm and Frost Moon simply didn't have the chance to learn the divine dream space. Or, perhaps they didn't have the ability to do so. After displaying the divine dream space, Frost Dream was at her most horrifying. As Dragon Fang's sword lights hurtled into the divine dream domain, all of them were blocked by the dozens of nightmare beasts. Peng 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 peng. Those nightmare beasts were torn apart by those sword lights, blood raining down. But at the same time, Dragon Fang's sword lights also dissipated. Then, dozens of nightmare beasts rushed at Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang's eyes widened. He wanted to retreat, but at this time, Frost Dream reached out one finger and a cage of divine dream energy appeared behind Dragon Fang, locking him within. Dragon Fang was shocked. He wanted to use the 3 lives pupils to tear apart this cage, but Frost Dream's attacks were too quick. Dozens of nightmare beasts smashed into Dragon Fang, causing him to soar backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1308, Lin Ming vs. Jun Blue Moon. Chapter 1308, Lin Ming vs. Jun Blue Moon. In Frost Dream and Dragon Fang's battle, Dragon Fang had been defeated and Frost Dream had emerged victorious. Frost Dream's abilities are terrifying. Yes, she might even be stronger than that. There are likely many moves she has yet to use. Frost Dream should be able to easily take first place this time. I think that Han Kai won't be her match. Frost Dream was originally the popular choice to take the championship in this tournament. The only one who was believed to have the capability of threatening her position was Han Kai. As for Xiao Moxian, not many people favored her, she was simply too young. It was only during her battle with Lin Ming that the audience realized just how powerful she was. The true body of a god beast was far too ridiculous. Whether it was in defensive abilities or compatibility with laws, she had reached an inconceivable boundary. People once thought that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian weren't much worse than Frost Dream, but now, Fairy Frost Dream had revealed a strength that had left everyone breathless. Dragon Fang wasn't weak, he hadn't been far worse than Lin Ming. But now, he had been easily defeated by Frost Dream. Dragon Fang wasn't able to display the laws of his 3 lives pupils at the last moment. If he was able to display their true strength, there might have been a small chance he would have been able to see through the divine dream space. Lin Ming silently speculated. It was still unknown whether or not Dragon Fang could see through the divine dream space. Even if he was able to, he still needed to use his 3 lives pupils to do that, and Frost Dream clearly wasn't going to give him that time. This had led to Dragon Fang's ultimate defeat. At this time, at an unknown space countless trillions of miles away from the martial field of the first martial meeting. On a deserted, desolate little planet, an old man hunched over a walking stick quietly watched everything happening on the arena stage. Although his body looked old and decrepit, his eyes seemed omniscient, shimmering, occasionally flashing with marks of the great Tao laws. This was another state of the 3 lives pupils. By relying on this state, this old man could clearly see what was happening in any corner of the universe. His sight was even far clearer than that of anyone who was personally there. Fairy Frost Dream. I finally understand now, the old man slowly said. His eyes seemed to completely see through the mystical fog that surrounded Frost Dream's face. I thought it was strange. Divine Dream, with your detached and aloof temperament, I wondered why you place so much energy on a little baby like Frost Dream, not even hesitating at all to spend your spirit source to increase her strength. Now, I understand. 3 lives old man heaved a deep sigh, as if he had become even older. The young are fearful, truly fearful. You should have already seen that final step ahead of you. You wish to draw upon this great era and take that final step forwards, and Frost Dream is the key for this last step. No wonder Dragon Fang lost so miserably. To use the quadrillion lives of the divine realm as your game pieces and the 33 layered heavens as your chessboard, your courage and boldness is more than enough. Is this divine realm first martial meeting the start of your great game? In just 10 million years you have already reached this level. Perhaps, you may even succeed. As for me, I am already far too old. In my mind, all I hoped for was to find a descendant to inherit my legacy, but as for you, You were always thinking about how to cross the great calamity and allow the world to continue flowing forwards. I am far inferior to you. The old man whispered to himself, closing his wrinkled eyes. 10 million years ago, Empyrean Divine Dream was nothing more than a young and naive girl. But now, she had already reached an unbelievable boundary. She had even touched upon the threshold for that final step. In other words, to surpass the boundary of an Empyrean. However, even if one surpassed an Empyrean, that still didn't mean they would succeed in resisting the great calamity. This was because 6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal possessed a talent far surpassing Empyrean Divine Dream, and even he had perished in that calamity. 3 lives old man truly hoped that Divine Dream could lead the countless lives in this universe to overcome the great calamity. But that was simply far too difficult. As Frost Dream walked off the stage, all of the contestants present felt a tremendous pressure. Frost Dream gave off a halo of invincibility. And at this time, Vast Cosmos loudly announced, the second match, Lin Ming against Jun Blue Moon. The two of you please step on stage. Fighting Jun Blue Moon. Lin Ming turned to glance at Jun Blue Moon. Jun Blue Moon had been sitting on his stone chair, wiping down his sword. Every wipe was done carefully and with earnest effort. As his long white hair scattered upon the blade, he gave off a very sad and melancholic feeling. Sword like ice, hair like snow. Lin Ming stepped onto the arena stage. As for Jun Blue Moon, he vigorously finished the last round of cleaning on his sword and then flew upwards, landing on the arena stage like a light feather. The two of them looked at each other, fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. Please advise. Lin Ming respectfully said. At the same time, he took out the Phoenix Blood Spear. A cold light shimmered on the spear point. Shoo! Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear, the first 4 level concepts of the fire laws fusing together. Dreadful waves of fire instantly rolled up all around for several miles, creating a giant blooming blue lotus. And at this time, atop the blue lotus, a sword light flashed like a cold and distant star. At some unknown time, Jun Blue Moon had already drifted upwards from his original position. He grasped that strange sword and slashed out. This sword strike carried with it an incomparable momentum, but at the same time there wasn't the least bit of killing intent. Instead, it was elegant and refined like a picturesque drawing of spring, making it unpredictable and wonderful. In this strange sword strike, Lin Ming couldn't make out any of the laws contained within. It only felt harmonious and balanced. Whether it was from an offensive angle or the circulation of energy, it was impeccable. Power of thunder. Seeing Jun Blue Moon's sword thrust towards him, Lin Ming injected the power of thunder into the blue flame lotus. As fire and thunder crossed together, there was a loud explosion and the entire blue lotus exploded. Jun Blue Moon's sword potential was completely broken apart by this rampant energy. At the same time, Lin Ming waved his spear. This spear carried with it the might of the 5th level concept of thunder and fire, sweeping away all. Shoo! Shoo! 2 terrifying energies of thunder and fire shot towards Jun Blue Moon, intersecting in front of him. As long as these 2 types of energies met, they would erupt with an unbelievable explosive force. Unless someone possessed a god-beast true form like Xiao Moxian that gave them heaven-defying defensive abilities, they would be injured. Fu, oh fu. Within the raging thunder and flames, Jun Blue Moon was already surrounded. At this time, an incredible scene occurred. Jun Blue Moon welcomed Lin Ming's thunder and flames. The moment that his hands touched these 2 energies, the 2 extremely wild and brutal energies suddenly calmed down, flowing along Jun Blue Moon's hands as if they were being pulled about by some unknown force. Jun Blue Moon flew backwards, drawing a primal chaos diagram with his hands as he did so. The 2 energies circulated in the air, forming a 2-colored vortex. These 2 colors condensed more and more, eventually turning into a yin-yang primal chaos diagram. Lin Ming's power of thunder and fire was actually transformed into a round yin-yang primal chaos diagram by Jun Blue Moon. This is. Lin Ming was shocked. The audience was also amazed. Just what sort of cultivation method was this? Jun Blue Moon had fully contained and controlled his opponent's energies, transforming them into a calm and harmonious primal chaos array diagram. What a terrifying concept. Lin Ming looked at Jun Blue Moon, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Jun Blue Moon's achievements in law concepts were incredible. That casual sword strike just now gave off an immaculate feeling. And, what was most terrifying was that he could absorb his opponent's energies and control them with the yin-yang laws. It was simply unbelievable. Jun Blue Moon's hands slowly came to a stop. The round thunderfire primal chaos diagram floated in the air, slowly spinning. Lin Ming could feel that he had completely lost contact with his energies. Jun Blue Moon slowly said, "Everything in this world, whether it is energy, matter, or life, contains the dual principles of yin and yang. Negative is yin, positive is yang, and your power of thunder and fire is no exception either. As long as I can control the power of yin and yang within them, then they will be controlled by me." As Jun Blue Moon spoke, the audience was dumbstruck. There were such freakish laws. Normally, when martial artists fought, their energies would collide and lead to explosions. But Jun Blue Moon was different. When Empyrean Vast Universe's direct disciple White King had fought Jun Blue Moon had struck out with 63 sword strikes. Every time their sword lights had collided, there was strangely no eruption of energy. Rather, they had transformed into yin-yang diagrams. These yin-yang diagrams had contained both White King and Jun Blue Moon's strength. At the end, Jun Blue Moon had thrust out his 64th strike. When those 64 yin-yang diagrams joined together, it became an attack far from what White King could block. The most terrifying aspect of Jun Blue Moon lay in his ability to borrow his opponent's energy for his own use. This was the highest boundary of yin and yang. If this principle could be summed up, then it would be called harmony. Yin and yang in harmony, man and heaven as one. Jun Blue Moon's techniques are too bizarre. Fighting against him, you wouldn't even know how you lost. If he can borrow your energy, how can you defeat him? To the young elites present, the way in which Jun Blue Moon utilized the laws had already completely surpassed their scope of understanding. I see, so that's what it is. I think I understand now. Lin Ming looked at the yin-yang diagram in the skies. Those two energies already belong to you and have become your primal chaos diagram. The more primal chaos diagrams you gather, the stronger your attack will be, right? Yes, Jun Blue Moon said, slashing his sword out once more. This simple and humble sword strike contained the yin-yang laws. They harmonized as one, becoming immaculate and impregnable. Sword after sword, every strike left a primal chaos diagram. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, retreating again and again. He had already opened the heretical god force to the limit, unleashing all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates and even burning the blood of the ancient phoenix. Jun Blue Moon, do you want to do this until the 64th sword strike? As Lin Ming spoke, his aura began to climb upwards. In that instant, he was like a 100,000-foot-high mountain, irreproachable. Your laws are strong, but they are still suppressed in the face of absolute strength. For perfect yin-yang harmony, both sides have to be close in strength to begin with. But, if my attack is far stronger than yours, how will you maintain that delicate balance? In that moment, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree slowly appeared. The glory of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation wildly flowed out. The power of thunder and fire was boundless and potent, containing the majesty of the great Tao. Heavenly Tao judgment. The moment that Lin Ming used heavenly Tao judgment, everything between the heavens and earth turned into an endless sea of red and purple. Heavenly thunder roared and flames howled. In the skies, Lin Ming had almost formed a world tribulation cloud. The power of the heavenly Tao was utterly heartless. This terrifying strength came crashing down on Jun Blue Moon. Jun Blue Moon's laws were indeed strange and uncanny. Lin Ming had chosen to suppress him with absolute strength. Chapter 1309, Another Victory. Chapter 1309, Another Victory. It's that move again, Heavenly Tao Judgment. Some people shouted out from the audience. Lin Ming has already used this move 3 times. Even if Xiao Moxian were to face it, she would still be heavily injured. Heavenly Tao Judgment was Lin Ming's self-created transcendent divine might. Although he had used it many times, there still hadn't been anyone who had truly broken it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The might of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation recklessly crashed down. Jun Bluemoon's expression was earnest. Both of his hands began to draw a primal chaos diagram. For a time, all that existed in the world was black and white, with no other colors. Beneath Jun Bluemoon's feet, a massive yin-yang diagram several miles wide appeared. Within this yin-yang diagram, the rust-stained sword began to emit a soft light. Although this light was weak, it still pierced straight into the hearts of those watching, giving off an unspeakable feeling. Yin-yang soul sword, 3 realms to void. Jun Bluemoon thrust out his sword. In that instant, his sword seemed to come to life. Each and every rust stain on that sword began to emit dazzling law runes. According to Empyrean divine dream speculations, these rust stains were not ordinary at all, they were the blood of a true divine being. What was a divine being? Perhaps only an existence that surpassed an Empyrean was worthy of this title. With a slash of the sword, that raging purple and red sea was pulled over, turning into a vortex of laws. Jun Bluemoon had used his strongest strike. Jun Bluemoon's great strength lay not just in his yin-yang laws, but also the sword in his hands. This was a divine sword that even Empyrean divine dream was paying attention to. When Jun Bluemoon galvanized the might of this divine sword, that was when he could display his strongest combat strength. In that moment, the several hundred millions of people present saw a massive yin-yang diagram rise towards the endless sea of flame and thunder in the skies. As the two forces crashed together, a terrifying explosive sound echoed out. Millimeter. Lin Ming was shocked. He discovered that his dual fire and thunder tribulations were being sucked in by that yin-yang diagram. Jun Bluemoon wanted to use his yin-yang diagram to swallow his heavenly Tao judgment. Lin Ming didn't doubt that with Jun Bluemoon's ability to utilize the laws, once he swallowed that heavenly Tao judgment he would also be able to use that as the foundation to form another yin-yang diagram. Then, once all the yin-yang diagrams combined together, Jun Bluemoon's final strike would reach unimaginable levels. Lin Ming might even be instantly defeated by that. In other words, he would be defeated by his own strength. That is amazing, but Lin Ming suddenly switched his spear potential. Within his body, astral essence, spirit essence, and true essence completely gathered in his inner world, fully fusing together. 3 essences as one. Lin Ming gathered the 3 energies to form the power of divinity, pouring that into the phoenix blood spear. At that moment, Lin Ming's strength crazily rose yet again. Astral essence, spirit essence, and true essence were 3 energies that formed the power of divinity. It was of a different quality to pure true essence. The wild power of divinity rushed towards the heavenly Tao judgment. All around Lin Ming, the phantoms of 33 Tao tablets began to appear. These 33 Tao tablets contained the charm of the divine seal altar and symbolized the concept of the 33 heavens. At this time, they hurtled forwards, falling into that primal chaos yin-yang diagram. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tao tablets cracked, shattering into pieces. And as each Tao tablet exploded, the yin-yang primal chaos chart also shook, with cracks appearing all over the surface. When all the Tao tablets had blown up, the yin-yang primal chaos chart also fully disintegrated. Bang! A terrifying detonation rang out. Countless black and white lights covered the entire arena stage. Everyone in the audience held their breath, feeling constrained by this immense aura. It was only when the energy dissipated that everyone was able to see the arena stage. Lin Ming and Jun Bluemoon were still standing 1,000 feet away from each other. They had consumed a great deal of energy and their attacks had broken down at the same time. It could only be said that their collision had been evenly matched so far. Lin Ming used heavenly Tao judgment and still wasn't able to defeat Jun Bluemoon. How can this be? This Jun Bluemoon is also too terrifying. Heavenly Tao judgment had left far too deep an impression on everyone present. As an elementary transcendent divine might, it naturally deserved such fame. In Lin Ming's last 2 fights, he had used heavenly Tao judgment to defeat Dragon Fang and then frustrate Xiao Moxian. Its might was incomparable. Many people thought that when Lin Ming used Heavenly Dao Judgment, it would be impossible for Jun Blue Moon to block it. In particular, this enhanced version of Heavenly Dao Judgment, even Xiao Moxian had been defeated. But the result went beyond everyone's expectations. No one knew what he had done, but Jun Blue Moon's primal chaos diagram was actually so formidable that it was able to counterbalance the Heavenly Dao Judgment. How could it be so strong? Lin Ming was bewildered. He had originally believed he would win, because he felt that even though Jun Blue Moon's laws were profound and exquisite, he still had a weakness, and that was that his strength and intensity of his energy were far inferior to that of himself and Xiao Moxian. Thus, Lin Ming planned to use Heavenly Dao Judgment to break apart the harmony of the yin-yang diagram and achieve victory in a single go. If he had used 3 essences as one to display Heavenly Dao Judgment and even that had failed, then there was only a single move left, to burn his blood essence with the Gate of Life and reach his strongest state to display a final attack. However, if he did this and wounded Jun Blue Moon, his own consumption of energy would be tremendous. After this match there was still Hang Kai and Frost Dream. If Lin Ming burnt his blood essence this time, then he wouldn't have the ability to contend with those 2 powerhouses later. Although Lin Ming was shocked, so was Jun Blue Moon. At this time, Jun Blue Moon's face was pale and his white hair was in a chaotic mess. He looked at Lin Ming with incredulity and said, "You broke through my Yin-Yang Soul Sword?" Yin-Yang Soul Sword was Jun Blue Moon's greatest trump card as well as what he was relying on the most to defeat Lin Ming. "And what if I did? Didn't you also break through my Heavenly Dao Judgment? Even my strongest strike wasn't able to injure you." Lin Ming felt that he should be the one to be more startled here. He no longer thought his odds of winning were high. Jun Blue Moon shook his head. "It's different. This match, I will admit defeat." Jun Blue Moon turned around and began to walk off stage. Lin Ming was shocked, and even the several 100 million spectators and the referees were stunned for a moment. Admit defeat. It was obvious that this battle was evenly matched, and yet Jun Blue Moon admitted defeat. Why? Lin Ming couldn't understand. Jun Blue Moon turned around. His faint true essence sound transmission floated to Lin Ming's ears. "In that attack just now, what I used was not my own strength but the strength inherent within my yin-yang soul sword. This is a divine blade with infinite strength, but the amount of power I can borrow is extremely limited. Even though I drew on the support of the yin-yang soul sword, I actually came to a draw with you. Thus, there's no longer a need for us to fight. I am sincerely convinced of my loss. If we continue this fight, it will not be you fighting me, but you fighting my sword." The strength of the yin-yang soul sword? Lin Ming was amazed. No wonder. Jun Blue Moon didn't seem too strong, but the combat strength he displayed was beyond imagination. The strength of a weapon is originally a part of a martial artist's strength. There is no need for you to divide them so thoroughly. All the previous first martial meetings have also approved this, otherwise there would be assigned service weapons. Weapons and magic tools were all a part of a martial artist's strength. This was a widely believed rule in the martial arts world. Although using superiority of weapons to defeat an opponent wasn't the orthodox path, it was still an undeniable truth. "My sword is different." Jun Blue Moon shook his head, not saying anything else. "Lin Ming, you and I are both martial artists that ascended from the lower realms, so let me give you some advice. Do not think of surpassing Frost Dream. She is different from us. Millimeter, you are a martial artist from the lower realms." Lin Ming was shocked. Jun Blue Moon also ascended from the lower realms? After ascending into the divine realm, it only took several years for one's inner true essence to assimilate with the true essence of the divine realm so that it would be impossible to tell the difference. If Jun Blue Moon hadn't mentioned this matter of his own initiative, then Lin Ming would never have known that he too came from the lower realms. For a martial artist from the lower realms to reach such a degree, that could be called defying the will of the heavens, it was clear that Jun Blue Moon's sword had played a major role in this. Your destiny truly goes against the heavens. As does yours. Jun Blue Moon sighed as he spoke to her, his tone becoming a bit desolate and dreary. Lin Ming felt that Jun Blue Moon had his own story, but that was something he couldn't simply ask about. "From what you said, do you know something about Frost Dream's situation?" Lin Ming could feel something special about Frost Dream, but he wasn't sure in what way she was. Frost Dream was an extremely mysterious character to begin with, and besides some figures in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, not even those from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace would know of her secrets, so how could Jun Blue Moon possibly have learnt them? My sword told me. As Jun Blue Moon said this, he didn't speak further, and stepped down from the arena stage. Lin Ming was still left dumbfounded. His sword had told him? From this, it could be seen that Jun Blue Moon's sword inevitably possessed a powerful artifact spirit. In other words, a sword spirit. And this sword spirit had already lived through countless years, accumulating an incomparably rich wealth of knowledge. One could see this from how the sword was able to see past the mysteries around Frost Dream. This sword spirit is likely Jun Blue Moon's master. Lin Ming suddenly thought. If so, then it could be explained how Jun Blue Moon was so formidable. Perhaps the sword spirit could even compare favorably with the ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit. With such a master, how could his progress not be ridiculously fast? Otherwise, how else could a martial artist from the lower realms reach this step? In this match, Lin Ming, victory. Vast Cosmos loudly announced. Lin Ming had won yet again. At this point, there were only 3 people that had an unbroken winning streak: Lin Ming, Frost Dream, and Han Kai. He won. How could Jun Blue Moon just admit defeat out of nowhere? Could he have been throwing the match? Don't be an idiot, how could these people be throwing matches at a time like this? Jun Blue Moon overdrew his strength in that last move, and he might have been able to only use that move one time. Lin Ming can use Heavenly Dao Judgment more than once. When he faced Xiao Moxian, he used it twice. Thus, Jun Blue Moon likely knew it was impossible to win, so he admitted defeat early in order to retain his strength so that he can fight Dragon Fang and Xiao Moxian. After all, he still has some chance of defeating Xiao Moxian. I don't think so. When Lin Ming fought Xiao Moxian, he had to burn his blood essence, but he didn't do so against Jun Blue Moon. Imperceptibly, without noticing it, Lin Ming had become a standard upon which others were judged. Besides Frost Dream and Han Kai, he had already fought with everyone else. And in that battle just now, even Holy Lord Realm Masters and above found it difficult to see through the intricacies of the laws and energies exchanged. As for the energy circulation of the Yin-Yang Soul Sword, even World King powerhouses wasn't able to see through it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.